never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Calculations are correct, I believe. Got a Friday coming on. Big weekend on the horizon here, Super Bowl weekend. Now, for those that still pay attention to what's going on in the NFL, but yeah, suffice it to say, there's going to be millions tuning in for the big game Sunday night. And for those fans headed to Tampa, yeah, you're going to have a little weather system arriving. Maybe not the best of weather for Super Bowl Sunday in the Tampa area. It's been chilly in Florida the last couple of nights. We had actually freeze warnings in place for nearly the northern half of Florida as we were rolling into Thursday morning. Here, I guess about 40 minutes ago, in southwest Ohio, we had some light rain, mist. I mean, nothing heavy, but yeah, for several hours we had some rain this afternoon into the evening hours. See, about 11:20 Eastern time, it started to sound like the Wizard of Oz as the winds started howling. That's the passage of the cold front, which is now sweeping through areas from Dayton to Cincinnati. It's now going to be pushing through the Lexington area, rather. It's already pushing through Louisville. Right along the leading edge of that front, that's where we've got primarily shower activity. And this is a long line. You can start all the way down in about Beaumont, Texas. It's a relatively thin line of showers, a few embedded thunderstorms, pockets of heavy rain stretching up to just to the east of Jackson, Mississippi. Now we go on northeast, just to the east, the line pushing through Huntsville, Alabama. You've got a little more rain to come. The line has already pushed through Nashville, but you're going to be in the rain from Chattanooga to Knoxville on up into Bristol. The line gets a bit wider when you start getting into central and northern portions of Tennessee. Rains from Bristol, again, all the way back into south central portions of Kentucky. Areas from just to the west of Lexington, pretty much all of Kentucky east of that. You've got some shower activity. Rains over western portions of Virginia, as well as West Virginia. Then you start to see a little of the mixed bag, a little bit of snow in northern portions of Virginia, snow for north central and northeastern Ohio. The temperature right around the freezing mark in places like Akron. We've got some snow showers, some lines of snow then through central portions of Pennsylvania. You can see the well-defined circulation of this storm, which is centered over central or eastern Michigan right now. So on the eastern side, areas from Detroit to north of Saginaw, northern portions of lower Michigan, as well as the UP, all seeing some relatively heavy snow. Those are the areas where we actually have winter storm warnings in place. The wraparound, where the precip is coming in from north to south, stretches from Green Bay to Milwaukee to Chicago. All three of that's the line where the backside of this storm is going to be pushing through. So snows will gradually begin ending from west to east in those areas as we progress through the overnight hours. But again, we still have the winter storm warnings in place for the easternmost reaches of Iowa, northwestern Illinois, the northeastern portions of Wisconsin. And, of course, we're going to be watching when these winds, as that front pushes through, there's going to be some colder air spilling over the Great Lakes, and that's going to spell lake effect snows. That's why you've got winter storm warnings at this point pretty much all the way up the western portions of Michigan. In the lower portions of Michigan, I've got winter storm warnings for the UP as well, where you're going to see some of those lake-enhanced snowfalls as we make our way into a Friday, 5th day of February. All right, how cold's it going to get? We've been talking about this all week long. Forecasters calling for temperatures to be a dozen or more degrees below average for several days. Now, we are in the dead of winter. When you're talking 10, 20 degrees below normal, that means it's going to be cold. Chicago, lowest temperature we've seen so far this season, 8 degrees back on Christmas morning. You're probably going to dip well below zero several nights in a row with this cold pattern that's coming on. Now, the setup may not break any official records for low temperatures, but temperature departures of 30, even 40 degrees below average are possible with this Arctic blast, and that's going to be quite painful for this time of year, even though it is the dead of winter. Sunday, the temperature may plunge to about 10 below zero for a high temperature. Overnight low, possibly approaching 20 below in Fargo, North Dakota. Low temperature records in Fargo this month range from 26 below zero to 47 below zero. But that was set way back in 1888. That still stands as the all-time record low for that part of the country. As far as the cold snap itself goes, I mean, we're just heading into Friday. You're going to start noticing colder temperatures, but Sunday looks to be the harshest day during this upcoming stretch. Places like Chicago, where both the daily record low and the lowest high temperature actually could be in jeopardy. High temperature Sunday is expected to be in the like 5 degrees. That's as warm as it's going to get. And if the mercury fails to reach zero, that would constitute quite a feat there. Sub-zero high temperatures. It's happened before, but not very common. You got to go way back to like 1893. And the record low temperature Sunday of 10 below was set in 1875. Areas from Minneapolis to the Twin Cities, just get ready to buckle up, hunker down. And if you're moving freight in these regions of the country, make sure you're using your Hot Shot Secret anti-gel. You don't want to find yourself stranded with fuel line freeze-up out there in these kind of temperatures. Winds will also be a factor, making it feel incredibly colder than the actual air temperature. We're talking winds 40 to 60 miles per hour around the Great Lakes on the backside of this storm. And that's going to drop a wintry mix into Friday today over the Midwest and the Northeast. Those blustery conditions Friday and Saturday from portions of the northern plains to the Great Lakes in the wake of this particular storm, which luckily it's a rather fast-moving system. But even as the winds begin to ease a little bit on Sunday, it's still going to feel brutal. Wind chills will be running 15 to 30 degrees lower than the actual air temperature. Cold. This is the kind of air where you better put your gloves on if you're just going to get out of the truck for a few moments to fill up. Hypothermia, frostbite will be serious threats in this particular air mass, especially with those strong winds blowing. Now, if the cold wasn't enough, snow is also going to be a threat for some areas. There's going to be some weak systems with swaths of accumulating snow stretching from the northern Rockies, dipping across the central plains, then swinging through the Midwest during this Arctic pattern. And as, of course, the Arctic air surges into the northern USA, those air masses passing over the Great Lakes will be producing some lake effect snow for the eastern and southern areas adjacent to those lakes. With those blustery conditions, the other hazards would be lake effect snows. Strong, potentially damaging winds from the west will also be an issue, especially near the lake shore. Coastal flooding, ice buildup is going to be possible there. Given the temperatures till now have been considerably above normal this winter, we've been talking about the lack of ice on the Great Lakes. The percentage of ice coverage has increased a bit in recent days, but it's still well below where we would typically be in early February. In some years, Lake Erie, of course the shallowest of the Great Lakes, would be completely frozen over at this point in the winter. As of day before yesterday, February 3rd, less than 20% of Lake Erie has ice on it. So you've got 80% of Lake Erie still wide open. Therefore, while lake effect snow normally lessens this time of year, following the mild start to the winter, and that coverage so low, that's going to allow the transfer of more moisture from the lakes into the atmosphere, developing those bands of snow with the cold air passing over the lake waters. And get ready, and in the south, much colder air is going to spill into the eastern states. The coldest air should remain kind of bottled up over the central states. It looks like it's going to have a kind of a difficult time climbing over the Appalachians toward the eastern seaboard. But, all right, there you go. Quick look at what's going on. 24 hours ago, we were talking about the snows that were falling. Iowa was under, recall, blizzard warnings, and what a mess that had occurred there. Because we're talking about major pileups that had occurred on the interstates. In I-80 in particular, saw a massive pileup. Yeah, we'll get the full breakdown on that story. Let me flip over here. I think we've got it. There we go. It was the near blizzard conditions Thursday. Severely limited visibility, treacherous travel, including one of the state's biggest highways, I-80. About 11:45 this past morning, Thursday morning, a collection of several multi-vehicle crashes ultimately became the scene of a large-scale crash in a matter of seconds, according to the statement from the Iowa State Patrol. DOT reported the crash around 12:28 p.m. Central Time at the mile marker 163. That's just east of Des Moines. That pileup happened very close to a traffic camera operated by the Iowa DOT, showing footage of the wreckage. Tractor trailers could be seen in the photos spilling off the highway, cars crunched up amid the snowy scene. According to the post made by the State Patrol, there were a few serious injuries and several minor injuries. Officers were going car to car, checking on motorists. Earlier in the day, the State Patrol had called the storm deadly and had declared travel not advised for several of the roadways across the state. As of Thursday afternoon, details were still kind of trickling in, but the State Patrol confirmed that both troopers involved in that crash were uninjured. The pileup with the State Patrol said included at least 40 vehicles. Shut things down, of course. Eastbound 80 west of Newton was closed for an extended period of time as first responders worked to untangle the mess there. We've got that storm that brought, it was like 2 to 5 inches of snow, but the winds, the blowing snow, visibility near zero at time. And you had the blowing and the drifting of snow. Roads, in some cases, completely covered around the time of the accident. So Iowa Department of Transportation did tweet a photo showing a different collision along I-80 in western Iowa at about 8:30 this past morning. They said we're anticipating other incidents like this as high-profile vehicles are going to experience very difficult travel during the blizzard. The advice they always give, if you're involved in a crash, stay in your vehicle until help arrives. If you don't need to travel, please stay safely inside. So it was an ugly start to the day. Things should again be much improved now as all the precip is out of Iowa, Illinois. You've got the snow again just pushing north and east out of the Chicago area. Should be clearing out there in short order. Most of Indiana, the snow winding down that front, though, extending right through central portions of Ohio at this particular hour. Quick look at some of the travelers' weather around the country, and it's going to be another pretty active weekend as far as travelers' weather is concerned. Other industry headlines here before we get to your calls on a Friday. Love to hear from you if you want to chime in. It's 844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming to you live here from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Both the upper and lower decks of I-35 have now reopened following a single truck wreck that closed a portion of the interstate in Austin this past morning. Now, we're going back to about 1 a.m. in Austin, Texas, just less than 24 hours ago. According to KXAN News, the truck driver was heading south on 35 near East 51st Street when he lost control of the tractor-trailer. The wreck separated the cab from the trailer, ultimately sending the cab crashing to the portion of I-35 below. Approximately 100 gallons of diesel fuel spilling in the incident that flowed into a storm drain, prompting hazmat teams to respond to the scene. The fuel spill that came down through the drainage areas and onto the surface frontage road down below. Robert Barger, who responded to the scene, determined the spill. After doing some mitigation, they determined we need indeed a hazmat response. The unnamed, at this point, truck driver, and I thought this was going to be the case, sadly was indeed killed in the crash. There were no other vehicles involved. Police still investigating the reason behind the crash, but obviously there were heavy backups through the duration of the cleanup. All lanes of I-35 reopened about the noon hour on Thursday, so they had a full 11 hours of 35 being shut down. I imagine there were some pretty significant backups there. And next item, a truck driver accidentally shot during a rescue attempt that employed a gun being used as a battering ram this past morning. Happened Thursday morning just after 5 a.m. in Shreveport, Louisiana. According to WKRG News, 2 semis wrecked on the Highway 80 exit ramp from I-20 westbound, trapping one of the drivers, setting the rig on fire. Another person attempting to rescue the trapped driver was using a gun to break out the window, during which the gun went off and actually shooting the trapped driver in the leg, luckily. The driver was still freed from the rig and soon transported to a nearby hospital. Non-life-threatening injuries, thank goodness. Police report the other vehicles were damaged in the incident, and approximately, again, 100 gallons of diesel fuel were spilled in that crash. Still not clear whether the would-be hero trying to rescue the truck driver, whether that was another truck driver or just a passing motorist. That's all they had on that particular story, but what a way to go. Oops. And lastly, quite the feat here. You know, on any given day, you might hear of a new travel center, truck stop opening somewhere around the country. It's not very often one chain opens 4 locations on the same day. But that occurred. Love's Travel Stops has opened new locations: Jamestown, Wyoming, St. Charles, Minnesota, Hamilton, Alabama, and Papillion, Nebraska. The Jamestown store adding 78 jobs, 87 truck parking spaces to Sweetwater County. St. Charles store adding 60 jobs, 63 truck parking spaces in Winona County. The Hamilton store adds 95 jobs, 78 truck parking spaces for Marion County. And the Papillion store adding 40 jobs and 107 truck parking spaces to Sarpy County. Now, according to Greg Love, the CEO of Love's Locations, opening 4 locations in one day is no small feat. But our store and corporate team members stepped up to the challenge. We are very excited to join the Jamestown, St. Charles, Hamilton, and Papillion communities, offering professional drivers and four-wheel customers more safe, clean, well-maintained travel stops. They will all be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They list off all the amenities that each one include, but it's going to be your typical Love's Travel Center amenities. Most often 2 or 3 different like fast food joint options and things of that nature. But parking spaces, that's something desperately needed around the country. All righty, it's 844-844-3388. And first out of the box here on a Friday morning, by the way, TGIF. Is it Captain Ron?
Yes, sir. How you doing, Steve?
Happy Friday. How's it going?
I got my happy Friday to you. Hopefully I'll make it through the weekend with Super Bowl. But I got my first-time caller package today. That's pretty awesome. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you to the folks there at Hot Shot Secret. You didn't cover it last night, but Jeff Bezos stepped down for CEO of Amazon. Did you hear that?
Yes, I mean, he didn't do it like yet, did he? I mean, didn't announce like what in a few months or something, or is it the end of the year? I can't recall. I remember seeing a headline, but you're right. I did not touch on that story last evening.
I think he stepped down and named somebody else.
Huh?
I guess he got tired of making money.
Is that possible?
I rode that train to the end of the track.
Well, at what point can you say I've got enough? When you're a billionaire, at what point you say, you know, I don't need any more. I'm going to live my life.
Yeah, no, I think he's the richest man in the world or something, ain't he?
I know it's been kind of bouncing back and forth between him and like what Zuckerberg. I can't keep track of who's on top, but yeah.
But yeah, I was just letting you know I got my package, and that was a cool deal. Thank you.
Well, did you get some Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator? And were you one of those that had like you wanted the automobile package? Would you get like some FR3 or what they?
Yeah, and there was the gasoline Extreme. There was a bottle of that and a calendar, and then a catalog.
Yeah.
And a sticker. It was a good deal.
Absolutely. That's. I'm glad you like that, and let us know how things work out when you try it out.
Right. To add room, when you add the Stiction Eliminator, you know what I mean? Do you got to take a cord out if you put a cord in?
Correct.
Is that how it works?
Yes.
I haven't read it up on it.
Yeah, whatever
But I
whatever
think
amounts
you
you're
got to
putting
make
in,
room for this one.
that is correct. Yes, you leave space for the stiction eliminator.
Okay. I think I'm down to needing a quart in my car, so I think that's about time to add it, right?
Well,
I got one of those leakers.
I can
Did
identify
you
with
get
that.
your? Well, you know, that's the way it is, I guess. Did you get your heater going in your house?
I call every day for an update, and I know I'm getting to the point where it's quite frustrating. I'll tell you what, Captain Ron. No, they've supposedly been waiting on a part, and they're trying to blame it on the COVID, saying that some of these manufacturers of parts had shut down temporarily. I don't know what the deal is, or if it's just if the mail or shipping stuff is still running behind. I have no idea.
Well, you're supposed to be getting pretty cold up there, aren't you?
That's what I've been telling them. We're going to see some of that 0-degree crap, I think, this weekend.
Well, I hope we don't get it down here in Tampa. It was 48 when I left tonight, but I usually only wear like long pants like 1 or 2 days a year. I've had them on more this year than I've ever had them on.
Really?
We moved down to Florida from Michigan 8 years ago. I don't even have a coat. I've got a hoodie that I keep in the truck just in case, but I normally wear just shorts and a t-shirt, but I've got long pants on now. Well, anyway, I'll get out of your hair, let some other people call, and just want to thank you again for the products.
You got it. That's what we're here for. So, yep, thanks for listening to the program, and again, let us know how things work out when you try out the new stuff. All right, yeah. The story's Jeff Bezos, Amazon's boss man, will be leaving his post later this year. I thought that was turning the helm over to the company's top cloud executive, Andy Jassy. According to the announcement here, Bezos will transition to executive chairman of Amazon's board. Now, he's just 57 years old, founding Amazon in 1994. He has since, of course, morphed what started off as an online bookstore. Amazon was about books initially, into what is now a mega retailer with global reach in a slew of different categories. I mean, there's almost nothing you can't get via Amazon. From gadgets to groceries to streaming services, Amazon surpassed the $1 trillion, yes, with a T, market cap under his leadership back in January of last year. They are now worth more than $1.6 trillion. Now, they had kept their secession plans relatively quiet. Onlookers kind of speculated that either JC or Jeff Wilke, who was the CEO of Amazon's worldwide consumer business, would be the eventual successor to Jeff Bezos. JC joined Amazon in 1997. He's led Amazon's web services cloud team from the beginning. And AWS, the web services, actually continues to drive a lot of Amazon's profit, they tell us. So quite the deal. Now, the news came alongside an earnings report in which Amazon posted their first ever $100 billion quarter. Amazon Web Services says under Jassy, 28% revenue growth for the fourth quarter. Of course, you know, we had a lot of people staying home and opting to, looking for programming and things of that nature due to the COVID. And that's probably a pretty good indicator of what's going on with that growth. But right now, they say more than half, 52% of Amazon's operating income is from their Amazon web streaming as of October of last year. All right, so big numbers. All right, with that, around the country, lines available on a Friday. What's going on in your world? Give us a full report. Our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Real quick before we hit a quick time out here as we approach the bottom of the hour. For hour number one, a truck driver accused of driving through a group of bicyclists, ultimately killing 5 of them, made an appearance in court this past morning. 45-year-old box truck driver, Jordan Barson, is currently being held without bail for the accident that occurred back on December the 10th in Nevada. He's facing 5 counts of DUI resulting in death, 2 counts of DUI resulting in substantial bodily harm, and then 7 counts of reckless driving. This past day, Barson stood briefly before the judge, who promptly set another court date about a month in the future. It's not clear when he'll next appear before a judge, but here's a guy that's probably going to spend a whole lot of time, because I think the headline said there was an incredibly high level of methamphetamine in his bloodstream when he crashed that truck, killing 5. All right, again, it's 844-844-3388. Lots to cover as we head into the early hours of a Friday. Good to have you with us. I am Steve Sommers. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you so much. Welcome back on a Friday. Get set for the weekend. Yeah, coming up, we'll kind of delve into who's wagering on the Super Bowl. You know, this big game rolls around, and you can bet on darn near anything. We'll trying to think. Will the national anthem last more than 3 minutes or less than 3 minutes? You can bet on it. What's the score going to be at the end of the first quarter, halftime? Yeah, I mean, just an incredible list. How many times will this guy do this or that? Big money on the Super Bowl in Tampa. And what do we see here? From the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. It's been a long time, Steve. I'm not actually on the road anymore. Trying to keep up with you via YouTube at the moment. But I'm really enjoying this as I start my day about 3:30 a.m. Eastern Time. I've been passing your channel around so you can get a few more listeners. Yeah, do your part. Help us out there. But I just want to put my 2 cents worth on one item of business and see what maybe your research might prevail. Sweden, I understand. They dropped the mask and loss of infection, I guess you can say, tremendously a long time back. They dropped the mask mandate and the social distance, and they're not shut down. Personally, I kind of stopped believing in the whole mask thing months back for one reason. They're really not going to be effective for this virus. And 2, it only ruins your immune system. In my opinion, we need to stop this mask crap and freaking out over the hand washing and distancing. We got to get back to work and stop complaining and listen to all this hype. And if you have to put on a face cover to please the sheeple, the blue pillating commies, then use a homemade mask or something from your house. Then you don't buy the mask. Okay, I personally believe that China manufacturing, which is a huge supply in paper mask and N95 mask today through Amazon to the public, is a huge issue. Yeah, I think contamination introduced all over the world. Just my thoughts here, but I could go on and on about this, but the coffee's waiting. And my 62 words a minute without a mistake ended in the first sentence. Okay. Keep them coming, and I'll be calling in when I can. That's from our old friend Brandon, a.k.a. Big Sexy. And it's a different Big Sexy. We have another one that's been calling, but all right, Brandon went with us years back on several of our cruises. He was the guy that would show up with his cowboy boots and his cowboy hat, wearing either his bathing suit or his shorts. Old goofy, Big Sexy. All right, on to other industry headlines. As we got lines available here. Dial us up at 844-844-3388. From our friends at OOIDA, I had the big meeting earlier this week. If lawmakers want to thank truck drivers for their work that kept this country moving during a national crisis, they need to avoid legislation that could put many small motor carriers out of business. That was the message from OOIDA Executive Vice President Louis Pugh as he testified in D.C. at the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee this past day. Pugh joining 5 other witnesses to testify in what was a 4-hour virtual hearing entitled Protecting Transportation Workers and Passengers from COVID. Gaps in Safety, Lessons Learned, and Next Steps. A rather lengthy title to the hearing. But Pugh focused on 4 main ways that lawmakers can help truck drivers get through this national emergency. First, he says, add more truck parking. by voting for the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act. Number 2, avoid legislation that would be harmful to the trucking community, like increasing the insurance requirements by 167%, and mandating speed limiters on trucks. Number 3, repeal the overtime exemption for employee drivers in the Fair Labor Standards Act. And lastly, reinstate the per diem for those employee truck drivers. You can take steps to help, but you also have to avoid unnecessary damage. Truckers have earned your respect by now. Show them some real appreciation. Twitter statements are nice, but that doesn't put food on your table. Now, drivers are still concerned about getting the vaccine while they continue to work. Finding a decent meal oftentimes in many states is still tough to do. Many drivers are concerned about the future of their business, an uncertain freight market, and new regulations. Some even fear that their business will survive COVID only to ultimately then be destroyed by Congress. Now, as part of his oral testimony, highlighting some of the hardships that truck drivers have faced since this crisis began, relaying to lawmakers that truckers had difficulties finding places to use the restroom. They couldn't get masks, hand sanitizer, or bottled water, even though they may have been the ones delivering these products to the rest of the country. He also let the lawmakers know that truckers continue to have difficulties finding a place to sit down and have a hot meal. So true. We know the whole state of California. John Osborne, Spirit of the American Trucker, was out there, did a 5-stop tour over the last couple of weeks. And during the duration of each location he was there in California, never got to sit down to have a hot meal. Now, he went on to applaud the Federal Highway Administration for allowing states to permit food trucks. Going back early on in the pandemic, they allowed food trucks at some of the rest areas. But at the same time, he called out some states for not allowing that. Unfortunately, many states, just like here in Missouri, would not allow food trucks in the rest areas. Think about it. Truckers couldn't buy food at a truck stop. They couldn't buy food at a restaurant, yet states had the nerve to deny them a hot meal, even at a rest area. Here at OOIDA, we weren't even allowed to give free food at a rest area. To me, that's a real shame. Now, he offered several suggestions how lawmakers could have helped: suspending the heavy vehicle use tax and the unified carrier registration payments, reinstating the per diem for employee drivers. Those things didn't happen. Now, he pointed out that members of the House last summer did vote for an amendment that would have increased motor carriers' minimum insurance requirements from $750,000 to $2 million. We were shocked last year when this committee voted in the middle of a global catastrophe to increase federal insurance requirements by $1.25 million. Truckers watched in disbelief as members of this panel went from patting them on the back on social media to kicking them while they're down. Representative Brian Babin of Texas took time to thank truckers for their hard work and asked the other members of the committee to make a good faith effort to help get truckers the resources they need. I commend the work that OOIDA has done to fight for the rights of your drivers. But while many Americans, including some in this room, were able to work from home last year, truckers still had to crisscross the nation to pick up and deliver things we need, including the life-saving personal protective equipment and millions of doses of the vaccine. Representative Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey also took some time to celebrate truck drivers, to which he said, "These are men and women who work so very hard every day, breaking their backs to transport the goods and services we need. Without them, we would be nowhere. They need to be lauded sometimes and thanked for what they do." All right, couple of other tidbits they touched on. Babin also gave Pew the opportunity to let lawmakers know about OOIDA's petition for broker transparency, which allows drivers to see what the brokers are being paid by the shippers. Pew told the committee that this is a regulation that's being skirted by brokers. We put a petition into the FMCSA that this information could be sent electronically to the truck drivers. Of course, that's been fought tooth and nail by the brokers. They don't want you to know what they're getting paid. In regards to the minimum insurance requirements, Representative Garrett Graves of Louisiana asked Pew about the timing of increasing the insurance requirements during a health and economic crisis. I think it could cause lots and lots of harm, Louis said. There's all kinds of studies that show there is no correlation to increasing insurance and safety. Actually, we feel it would have the opposite effect because most carriers and some of the safest drivers out there, you're going to drive them out of business. I mean, trucking is a very tight profit margin kind of business. And undoubtedly, this would have a detrimental effect on small business carriers, which would impact safety on the highways. Last item they went into was the lack of truck parking. Representative Mike Bost of Illinois, who actually co-sponsored the Truck Safety Improvement Act, asked Pew about the lack of safe parking spots. Pew, who has worked as a truck driver for more than 20 years, still holds a CDL, provided his personal account of the lack of safe parking. Since 2005, the only thing I've seen is less parking than there was in 2005, he says. I had to park in places where my truck was hit and in places where it was tried to be broken into. I used to always have a dog with me, but mainly for protection. Government has to get involved to address the truck parking issue. So at least lawmakers got to hear the words, the sentiments, but we shall see if they actually ever act on that. So we'll let you know. All right, Josh, I got the email. Thank you so much. We've got, this is, of course, Friday morning, so we'll be announcing here after our top of the hour break as people can continue to log in, join the show via the Hot Shot Secret YouTube and Facebook streams, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, Hot Shot Secret, Overnight Drive YouTube and Facebook pages. And more options will be coming in short order, but we're giving away each week, and we got 3 more weeks to go, where you just go to overnightdriveradio.com on the internet, and you'll see the little link to click on the contest. Type in your email address, and we announce Friday morning the winner. Top prize, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. Top notch here. And second prize is the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo, which is a nearly $200 value. I think $175, something like that. And 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. Got the winning emails before me, so hang on. I will be announcing that here about 20 minutes from now. Yeah, we get to our calls at 844-3388. Is it Daniel in Utah?
What the heck's wrong with that thing? Oh, this is a Blue Burrow, Steve.
Oh, the Blue Burrow. Okay, Red Mule.
Hey, can't that thing detect Red Mule? I mean, I know my wife tells me I mumble all the time, but that don't sound like Daniel.
Oh, nope, not to me.
A couple items this morning, Steve, and you just pulled my chain. I'm going to try to be cool here, but I don't know if I'm going to make it through. Item number 1, I'm going to put out a forecast. Been out there in the land of fruits and nuts. I'm going to forecast in about 5 months that you're going to get a bunch of records about the wildfires because as much rain as they've had out there, it's starting to green up pretty good. If they get a couple more rainstorms, they're going to have a lot of growth out there.
Yeah, they are. Yep.
Item number 2, Steve. I know it's Friday morning. Are you still doing the DA awards?
I can't believe I have not heard from Brain Dead. He hasn't checked in one time. I know he's familiar with what's going on. I don't know if he's still doing that or not. I don't have any.
Well, I've got 3. I had 2, but now I got 3 nominations, Steve.
Okay.
And you know I would never call this show and say nothing to upset another one of your listeners, Steve.
Certainly.
Right?
Yeah, right. Okay, whatever.
Well, I'm going to refer to the listeners that think that there ain't 4 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I know a lot of your listeners think there's 5 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and Fox. But, Steve, I got to nominate 2 of them people on Fox for DA Awards. And I'm talking about Sean Hannity and Trey Gowdy.
Really?
You know, will somebody please tell me the difference between Trey Gowdy and Mitt Romney? I mean, they both ain't nothing but a couple of damn whiners. And when Trey Gowdy, Steve, when Trump was running for election, I wasn't too much behind old Ted Cruz, but I've come to have a little more respect for that guy, and I think he's got presidential qualifications. But when that whining Trey Gowdy gets on there, and puts them guys down for going in there and trying to stand up for the election and calls it a fool's errand. Anytime he comes on Fox, I turn him off. Jason Chapers there, he's working for Fox. If I hear his name or his voice on Fox, I turn him off. I don't want to hear from either one of those 2 crybabies. And then Sean Hannity, I don't know if you heard this or not, Steve. Ted Cruz was on there last week, and he was saying that he's backing a thing for term limits. Had you heard that?
I did not catch that, no.
Yeah, Ted Cruz has started to back a thing for term limits.
Okay.
And that sorry, mouthy jerk, Sean Hannity, his last comment was, it's a bad idea whose time has come.
A bad idea? A bad idea?
It's a good idea.
Yeah, we've been touting, that for years.
A bad idea whose time has come.
Yeah.
You can look that up. Now, I've had this term limit sign on my truck for 10 years, and you and I and a bunch of others have been talking term limits for what, 20 years, Steve?
Yes.
Okay, if these jerks, and I'm really going to stir a bunch of people up, if these jerks like Sean Hannity and Rush Limbaugh had got behind term limits 20 years ago, would this nation be as bad a shape as they are now?
I would say certainly not. I don't think it would be.
We wouldn't have Nancy Pelosi in there.
Nope.
Joe Biden wouldn't have been in office for 50 years. Wouldn't have Chucky in there. We've got rid of a whole lot of people in there. And now Sean Hannity says it's a bad idea whose time has come. I just, that's an excuse, Steve. Now, my 3rd DA award has got to go to OIDA, Steve. Term limits. I think it's time Todd Spencer got term limited out, or whoever does, to come up with this whiny, crybaby idea about wanting to get into the broker's business. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. I used to. I'm getting old, my wife's health ain't as good, and I don't want to leave her for too long. I'm only working about a third of what I do. But I go down to California, and I look at all these loads. I don't take the first load. I may not even take the 10th load that comes up. If it ain't paying, I don't take it. And there's times when there'll be a load on the board, I'll make them an offer, and they won't take it, and he'll see it be up there. And I'll call them, I say, hey, you want to move that load, you're going to pay me. Well, we can't move for that, then I don't care if it gets moved. And these stinking crybaby whiners that want to know what the brokers are doing, Steve, I bet every damn one of them. I bet Todd Spencer voted for Joe Biden. We want the government to take care of us. We can't run our own business. We need the government to take care of us. I just, Steve, I had a couple other things I was going to bring up tonight, but when you said that, you got me wound up. So, anyway, that's about all I got for you, Smart Steve.
All right. Well, I appreciate the nominees, DA of the week. All right. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? I mean, that was that was one of the big issues where I don't know how many truckers rolled into Washington, D.C., and they spent, some of them spent weeks up there when the rates had plummeted in the onset of the COVID pandemic. Okay, well, two sides to every story. What do you think? It's 844-844-3388. Now, on his term limits, I'm all for it. There's no reason an individual should go to Washington, D.C. and live off the public, live off the taxpayers for 40 damn years. And there's a whole bunch of them up there that are doing just that. Look at Bernie Sanders. What the hell's that guy done in all these years? Has he ever actually had a job? Joe Biden, 47 years in Washington, D.C. Are you kidding me? And then he comes up and says, I'm going to fix what's wrong in Washington, D.C. I'm going to fix what's wrong in America. Been there 47 years. All right, Ted Cruz, I had not heard that until Red Mule mentioned it. He and several other Republican senators have reintroduced an amendment to the Constitution that would cap the number of terms that a member of Congress can legally serve. It would limit senators to 2 6-year terms. I'm good with that. That's 12 years. It would limit members of the House to 3 2-year terms. 6 years in the House, to me, that's plenty. Yeah, that way you get some new blood and new ideas. When you've got these 30 and 40-year politicians up there, they're part of the swamp. They get stuck in there, and life as usual, Congress as usual. The partisan bickering never ends. Cruz says, quote, the rise of political careerism in today's Congress is a sharp departure from what the founders intended our federal governing bodies to be. I've long called for this solution for the brokenness of Washington, D.C., and I'll continue fighting to hold career politicians accountable. As I've done in the past, I urged my colleagues submit this constitutional amendment to the states for speedy ratification. Now, this is one guy that's been a strong advocate for congressional term limits, hoping that it could be a solution to give more oversight and more accountability for those on Capitol Hill. Because every year, Congress spends billions of dollars on giveaways for those who are connected. The more time you've been up there, the more people you know. And it's all about the Washington insiders. They get taxpayer money, and members of Congress get reelected, all while the system fails the American people. It's no wonder the vast majority of people from every political stripe, Republican, Democrat, Independent, it doesn't matter, they overwhelmingly support congressional term limits. Now, this is the third time Cruz has introduced a constitutional amendment to impose term limits. Back in 2017, he and Ron DeSantis, who was representative at the time, introduced a similar amendment. Then in 2019, Cruz and then Representative Francis Rooney of Florida revisited the issue once again. In 2016, Cruz and DeSantis argued in an editorial published in the Washington Post that term limits are necessary to drain the swamp. They argued that although America's founding fathers declined to include term limits in the Constitution, they had warned about the creation of a permanent political class being enmeshed within American society. Term limits could mean more changes in Washington. You look at turning over the beltway inertia that resists any attempt to reduce the power that they hold in Washington. Okay, this year, other members who have joined Cruz in pushing this 2021 amendment, Senators Mike Braun of Indiana, Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania, Marco Rubio of Florida. You've got Ted Young, also of Indiana, Rick Scott of Florida. Casey Burgett, a senior governance fellow at the R Street Institute, argued in 2019 before a Senate committee the downside of capping the number of terms lawmakers can serve. He said mandating experienced members of Congress to leave the chamber would decrease Congress's capacity to do its job. I don't think so. Even the most seasoned, experienced lawmakers struggle to craft effective policies and often can't fully anticipate the unintended consequences of each vote they take. So he says we need the most effective lawmakers to stay in Congress. All right, Mr. Gergen. So who is our most effective? Is Nancy Pelosi the most effective? Dianne Feinstein? How many years she been up there? 100 years? I mean, give me a break. And they're not saying one party or the other. This crosses the boundaries. Republican, Democrat, whoever you are, doesn't matter. Put some fresh blood in there. All right, let's see. The executive director of an organization known as U.S. Term Limits argued that what they call the incumbent advantage of office holders creates barriers for everyday Americans to try to even get in there and make a difference. Somebody new doesn't have the connections. They can't raise the funds for a campaign. Elections may, in theory, be capable of dethroning incumbents, but that's not how it works in the real world. Congressional incumbents, this is an astounding figure. Congressional incumbents have a 98% re-election rate. In other words, hardly ever do we boot someone out. So term limits is kind of like a check on arrogance. It's a check on incumbency, and it's a check on power. That would be the way to restore political courage and bring some fresh faces, some fresh ideas into Washington. I could not agree anymore. That's 100% correct. All right, top of the hour has arrived. We close things out for hour number one. We've got lines available. Come on, join us on a Friday morning. What's your take? It's 844-844-3388. We've got some winners to announce coming up just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All set. We roll into hour number 2 here on a Friday morning. TGIF. Hope you've had a good week. As we look toward the weekend. All right, looking at 5th day of February, right on the heels of Punxsutawney Phil earlier this week, making his prognostication. Easy for you to say. 6 more weeks of winter, he says. Yeah, not surprising. It's looking more like winter. So what's our very latest? You know, they had been talking in recent days, had been analyzing the weather maps, looking at the odds of another major snowstorm along the East Coast this weekend. Well, yesterday, forecasters growing more skeptical of one scenario that was suggesting maybe a major snowfall for the big cities like D.C., Philadelphia, New York City. They're now rather favoring the chance of more of a quick-hitting snowfall that could impact parts of the interior Northeast and maybe parts of New England. We're not at the point where the big snowstorm should be totally called off. You know, there's still room for that pattern to come together, they say. But the chance of a big northeastern U.S. snowstorm Sunday, it's not zero. But again, leaning towards the lesser impacting scenario, which I guess that would be some good news, right? The main factor that's going to determine whether a major snowfall event unfolds in I-95 cities versus a lighter snow, something we refer to as phasing. More on that, but right now it looks more likely that the two storm systems are going to remain separate storms rather than merging together, developing into a stronger winter storm. That's what we saw with last weekend's storm, at the big system crossing from coast to coast, that then merged in, phased together with that low pressure that had developed just off the coast of the Carolinas. And when those two came together, we ended up with feet of snow in some of the interior areas in the Northeast, as we all too well know. Now, these two separate storms are still expected to be on the maps, bringing some wintry precip and delays, but it's looking less likely that they're going to be able to come together to become a powerhouse storm, they tell us. So one Clipper storm, fast-moving system, not a whole lot of moisture, dips down across the Midwest. Another storm develops near the Gulf of the southeast coast, then moves up the eastern seaboard. Any small shift in the jet stream is what's going to dictate how the pattern unfolds. Yeah, the fast winds high up in the atmosphere, we're talking to the altitude where the jetliners fly. That determines the strength of the storm that's going to move through the Midwest this weekend, as well as the track of that southern storm. The timing of these systems, that's going to be key as to how they interact and what we'll see unfolding. This far out, the difference in the jet stream pattern that determines whether the southern storm travels up the coast versus out to sea, this far out is about the size of a pinprick on the weather maps. So even a slightly stronger Midwest storm would be more likely to buckle the jet stream to allow that southern storm to travel a little bit closer to the coast, which could increase then the odds of a snowstorm for some of the coastal areas. So that's what they're talking about when the phasing in the atmosphere. If the southern storm can get out ahead of the Midwest storm just a little bit, there's a better chance of those two storms phasing together, the big event. If they merge, a lot of people digging out in the Northeast may see another round of heavy snow. In that scenario, where the two storms phase, heavy snow and blizzard conditions could indeed still occur. All right. Now, even if the two storms remain totally separate, less intense snowfall impacts across the Northeast. Impacts, precip, including snow, may still occur along the coast. If that happens, it's going to be a lighter snow. You will see some slippery travel conditions along parts of the Mid-Atlantic and New England on Sunday. There's still plenty of room for places that rarely receive heavy snow to pick up a snowfall on Sunday. Yeah, even if the out-to-sea scenario begins to unfold. All right, so I guess that's a little bit of good news, looking less likely. We don't need two blockbuster storms back-to-back, right? So great to have you with us here on a Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. Are you ready for some winners? This week's winners, top prize, of course, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. Oh, and by the way, I got a message here just a little bit ago from Go Gordy, as they called him. Go Gordy. Gordy Powell was last week's winner, grand prize winner. And he said, "Good morning, Steve. Received the headset today. I'll charge it up when I get home." All right, so first winner got his prize. Winner of the Pluto Duo headset. Now, you're registering by going to overnightdriveradio.com on the internet, overnightdriveradio.com. Yeah, click on contest. They'll ask for your email address. So that's what we have as far as announcing the winner. And so via the email. Headset winner is davidhill9 at, and we don't know where that. We don't want to give the whole email address out on the air kind of thing. So But if your email is davidhill9, you are the winner of the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset, like a $200 value. Second prize, the Hotshot Secret Big Rig Duo. The Big Rig Duo, 2 64-ounce bottles of Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, 2 64-ounce bottles of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme. Email is, I guess it'd be easier to just spell it. TRTEMME. TRTEMME at, if that's your email, give us a ring. I'd love to hear from you. Give us a ring at 844-844-3388. You can send me an email. I know many times drivers aren't allowed to use the phone when you're driving. Of course, it's illegal. So just if you have to make a stop or whatever, you can ring us up, or just when you get an opportunity, send us an email and let us know you're listening in to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Congratulations to our winners this week. All right, we're up to there's Chevy Guy. Happy Friday, Chevy Guy.
Well, how are you doing? Thank you for the front door.
Yes, sir.
Link.
Yep.
I was going to talk about drivers' facilities and sewage rising up out of the plastic toilets and all the things that the drivers have to go through, and then you started talking about Washington. I said, well, I can go there. That's about right. I supported Ted Cruz. I still do. I supported him against Donald Trump. Donald Trump ended up voting for him. I wasn't even going to vote except for the pro-life issue, and I was compelled to, that's the only chance to vote pro-life. That's who I'm going to vote for. Donald Trump has totally surprised me, and I am proud to have been a Trump supporter. Okay, I would have been, but let's get this down. When you're being played, I know now those sewages, that plastic toilet with the sewage coming out of the seat, that is a good representation of the Democrat Party. Okay, no ifs, ands, or buts. So don't anybody think that I'm supporting that whatever it is. But Ted Cruz, I would have appreciated him saying that when Donald J. Trump first got elected. See, the Republicans can say anything they want now. They're out of power. They don't mean anything. They can hoop and holler. Tim Scott's on there on my Facebook page, and he's saying this and saying that. Hey, they're out of power. It doesn't matter. All right? If they now Ted Cruz did, but the rest of them just sat there and they let everybody in the book, especially the first 2 years of Donald Trump, even the Republicans was trashing this man. Now, term limits, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Term limits was written into our Constitution by the Founding Fathers. It's called the vote. And the American people are the ones that need to step up. We don't get a pass. We get the government we voted for. And here's the only other thing that's not spoken of much, and I think it was the greatest example. Donald J. Trump fired our ambassador to the Ukraine. All right? 2 years later, 2.5 years later, before she was finally moved out of office, because the bureaucrats, lifelong bureaucrats, didn't fire her, didn't remove her by order, and totally disrespected the order of the president to remove this woman. So who are they more powerful than the president? I voted for Donald J. Trump. He works for me, so the State Department was disobeying me, Donald Trump, and the American people. So if you send people up there, all right, 6 years, fine. All right, towards the end of the year, they're going to play ball with these people, these bureaucrats, and they're going to try. They got to get that money for re-election, and then on that second, now they're going to be even dog crazy because they're going to try to get their millions and retire wealthy in the last 6 years. They'll have absolutely no concern about taking care of the needs of the people or meeting the promises of the people. So it really does come down to this, the American voter, and that is exactly why they did everything they could to delete the American voter from the scene. And that's how important our votes are. So is there a good answer? No, I don't. I don't know. I guess you just have to keep fighting. I vote for who I can support. But I tell you what, I'm really worried. There's 74 million that voted for Donald J. Trump, and because we knew somebody out there was fighting for us. I don't know anywhere down the pike that they're going to be somebody that's going to be wealthy enough, have the backbone to put up with the fire darts from both sides at him, and actually fight for the American people like we did. But thank God, because Donald J. Trump did show us what it takes to fight the swamp. But the swamp's still there, and it's just plain and simple. The second term, if you know that you're not going to be able to run again, you're going to cash in. And we see them all doing it. So I've said my piece. I'm going to slide back in the rocking chair and copy the mail, and appreciate everybody is calling in. This is great mental stimulation. It keeps me awake, and it makes me feel like I'm at least in touch with people out here running at night, and it just I talk to y'all more than I do my own people in this company I work for.
Right.
So we're going to sit back and copy the mail, T4.
All righty, Chevy Guy, as always, thank you for chiming in, and we'll look forward to hearing from you next time. Happy Friday. I'm looking at, I've got the list, longest serving members of Congress by longevity of service. And topping the list is one John Dingell. Uninterrupted, 59 years and 21 days. At some point he did retire, right? But 59 years. Number 2 on the list was Robert Byrd. He died, or hell, he'd probably still be there, right? 57 years, 176 days, Robert Byrd. Now, they've got the list that goes on and on and on, but let's jump down to some who are currently serving right now in Congress. Don Young has been there for 47 years, 336 days. Patrick Leahy has been up there, 46 years and 33 days. Chuck Grassley, same exact time. Those two guys got elected on the same day. 46 years and 33 days for Chuck Grassley. Ed Markey, 44 years and 95 days. Richard Shelby, 42 years, 33 days. Ron Wyden, Chuck Schumer, Hal Rogers, and Chris Smith were all elected on the same day. They've all been there 40 years and 33 days. 40 years. Steny Hoyer, 39 years, 262 days. Dick Durbin, 38 years, 33 days. Marcy Kaptur, 38 years, 33 days. And we go on. How about our beloved Mitch McConnell from Kentucky? He's been up there 36 plus years. 36 years and 33 days. There's a total of 115, and if I'm starting at the very bottom of the 115 on this list, 36 years is the shortest time that any of these had served in the House. About Senate time. I guess we Patrick Leahy, Chuck Grassley, and we already mentioned them because they were on the bigger list as well. So I guess they have the big full list, and they break it down by Senate terms, House tenures, and all right. So there's some of your numbers. It's 844-844-3388. And let's get back to the calls here. I think Table Scrap's on the line. Hey there.
How you doing, Steve?
Morning.
I'm confused about something. We do a lot of ranting and raving about we want the government out of our business. And I don't understand what us as owner-operators gain by knowing what the broker's being paid by the customer.
Okay. So you're with Red Mule on that then.
Well, not quite as harsh as Red Mule, no, but it's everybody's in this business to make as much money as we can. The drivers and the brokers. Now, I could see if the brokers were paying percentages. You know, they got to prove what the gross is, and we get our percentage. But a lot of times, it's just like they're mad that the brokers are better at their job than we are at our job. You know, negotiating. I just don't see what we gain by knowing what they got paid.
So Red Mule said if you look at the rate, and if it's because OWIDA's for years said don't haul cheap freight, but I mean if the rate's not there, just don't haul it, right? Is that the way you would approach it?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, let's not call the brokers begging for a load, sign the load confirmation, then go to the truck stop, scream and yell how you get ripped off. I mean, as long as they're paying you what you agreed on, you're not getting ripped off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if I come across and I buy a car to flip, and I paid $2,000 for the car, but the car's worth $6,000, I don't have to tell the other guy what I paid for it. You know, I take his $6,000 and I run with it. You know, I just don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
We can't get both. You get one or the other. Either they're going to get in and regulate, and the government's going to guarantee us that we're successful, or we do the business the best we can and hope we win.
Okay. Well,
like every other business.
Help me understand here.
That's just my take.
I thought, going back, that the original, like what the transparency, wasn't there something like in the law where the brokers are supposed to show what the rate is, but then I guess they've come with this what OWIDA calls a loophole. In their contract, they stipulate that they don't. You're kind of, I guess, reneging your right to see the rate that they're getting paid.
Right.
Okay.
Now, I believe you're correct. But even if I know what they got paid, what does that have to do with me knowing what it costs me to run my truck?
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I got you. Okay.
I mean, you're not going to buy. Yeah. But other than that, what about this poor guy that got in a damn truck wreck? His truck catches fire. Some guy tries to help him.
Oh, man.
Smashes out his window with a loaded gun.
Shoots him in the leg.
In the damn leg.
Damn it. Ow.
What the?
I was already hurting.
What the hell possesses? What possesses people to do stupid things like this?
Before you use your gun as a hammer, you might want to take the magazine out, right?
Yeah, I mean, then you wonder why the government says, well, we need to restrict these guns a little more. Well, it's because we're doing really stupid things with them when we have them. You know, it's just. Other than that, good show. I'm enjoying it. But it's time for me to go to bed. I almost hung up.
Oh, well, I'm glad you stuck around.
Ready to. I'm ready. I'm just about ready to pass out.
All right. Well, hit the hay and check in next time you're ready, all right? Thank you so much. And that frees up another line. What are we looking at? 844-844-3388. Let's see. From the email, Chris says, "Hey, Steve, how you doing? I'm a 27-year-old night shift nurse who's really considering getting a CDL. I hope you're enjoying the new setup there. Us listeners are happy to have you back on the airwaves. How long does it take to get a CDL in Ohio? Chris asks. Anyway, have a good night. All right, Chris, for as much as I've learned over the years, the recommendation I think most drivers would give, and drivers help me out if I give them bad advice, which you always do, they would suggest going to like one of those, the college sort of atmosphere, and go through one of those courses. It's going to cost some money. Most drivers would say they would kind of shy away from signing on with one of these companies that are going to train you and kind of lock you in as what many refer to as almost Yoda used to use the term indentured servant, where you're going to have to drive 100 or 120,000 miles or X number of months, 24 months. You're going to drive that amount of time to kind of pay back for the cost of their giving you the training. And in way too many cases, drivers that get in there struggle to make ends meet. If you can make it through the 12 or 24 months or whatever, it's going to be in the contract that you're going to be locked in at a very cheap rate as a new driver. That's as soon as you get the opportunity. Obviously, by then you've got some experience. You can move to a better paying company, but it really makes it difficult. Now, even going through the training from specifically a truck driving school, not related to an actual trucking company, it's still difficult to find companies that are willing to hire drivers like fresh out of driver training school. Some of the bigger names, I know over the years, some required at least 2 years, minimum 2 years over-the-road experience. They have, a number of companies have been bringing that criteria down, supposedly, because it's, I guess, been getting more difficult to find drivers, but that would be my little tidbit of advice. Drivers out there have a different suggestion. It's 844-844-3388. But yeah, Chris, thank you so much for listening in, and I'm glad to be back behind the microphone. And we'll return with more of your calls right after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long, that's why Commercial Vehicle Group is partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, Super Bowl weekend coming on. And of course, based on my schedule, and it's been that way for years and years and years, I don't get to see much of the game. That's my sleeping time. Got to get my beauty rest, and I even on Super Bowl Sunday, I'll kind of stick to the pattern. So I might get up and used to be about halftime. With my new gig, I have been getting up a little bit earlier, a little bit easier. But probably miss most of the activities. I get to see all the commercials, which sounds like this year the commercials might not be the big thing. Everybody's afraid to offend someone. We shared that story last week. You know, the big advertisers, some big names that we're so accustomed to will not even be appearing during this year's big game. And those that do appear, those commercials that do air, are going to have to be, you got to be politically correct. You can't offend anybody. And what about betting on the big game? They're talking about that last hour as well. An estimated 23.2 million Americans are going to place some kind of a bet on the big game, combining the risk potential, $4.3 billion. Now, that sounds like a lot of money, but that's a big drop. A decrease of approximately 37% from last year, according to the American Gaming Association. With the ongoing pandemic, both figures are down from last year's estimates, despite 36 million more Americans having access to legal sports books, as a number of states have legalized this in states in varying jurisdictions versus last year. Similar research from the American Gaming Association last year estimated 26 million Americans would combine to bet $6.8 billion on the big game. So the pandemic is expected to cut into the amount wagered at the retail sports books and reduce a lot of casual bets for whatever need. A lot of times you'd have office pools and square pools that are made in various social settings. So online betting for Sunday's game between the Chiefs and the Buccaneers could increase dramatically. Again, the online betting, with a record 7.6 million Americans potentially placing wagers on their mobile betting apps and websites. That would be a 63% increase year over year. So I guess the online wagerers stand to make a lot more. Let me see here. Since last year's big game, 7 more jurisdictions have launched legal sports betting markets. Colorado, Illinois, Michigan, Montana, Tennessee, Virginia, and the District of Columbia. So legal sports books are now operating in 20 states, as well as the District of Columbia. As we move away from the offshore, what they call the unregulated bookmakers, more than $21 billion was bet at U.S. sports books last year, which that was up from $13 billion in 2019. So you see they're growing exponentially. More than $210 million in state and local taxes was generated from the U.S. sports betting market last year. This year's Super Bowl is expected to generate the largest single event legal handled in America sports betting that we've ever seen. With a more robust legal market, Americans are abandoning the illegal bookies and taking their action to the regulated marketplace in record numbers. Of course, Las Vegas, the sports books there, typically packed on Super Bowl Sunday, are bracing for any potential decrease in in-person betting. An estimated 1.4 million Americans could bet in person at sportsbook this year. That would be down like 61% from last year. Yeah, you still can't get those big crowds together. And Vegas has been struggling to get by thanks to the COVID pandemic. But nonetheless, some big numbers, right? So are you going to make the hop, skip, and a jump up to Tampa to check out some of the festivities over the Super Bowl weekend there, Cool Breeze?
Hey, the ho, Steve Areno. In a word, no.
That's what I thought.
I'm hiding from the damn pandemic. I'm scared to death I'm going to get it. Even though I've already gotten one shot, I've already gotten half of the vaccination, and I'm going next Wednesday to get the other half of it. So I'm in better shape than a lot of people, but I just don't want to be around a lot of people. They're only letting 22,000 people into a stadium that holds close to 70,000.
Right.
And they already got the cardboard cutouts already positioned around where you're not supposed to sit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you want, there's even some company that you can pay $100 and you can get a cardboard cutout to occupy one of the seats in a 68,000 seat stadium. There's only been 22,000 people, and then the people that are going to be on the field, they got it all decked out over there. It looks nice, and we've got the huge Super Bowl experience downtown that you can pass, or you can run and try to outrun somebody and all that kind of thing. It looks really fun out there, but do it socially distance the proper way. Wear your mask.
Yeah.
I don't want to sound about like any kind of politician or nothing. But wear the mask, wash your hands, all that stuff you're supposed to do, all you people out there. Yeah, it's going to be a blast. This is the 5th Super Bowl we have hosted in Tampa. But this is a neat one, and it's very exceptional because we've got the home team. We've got the Bucks are going to play in their home stadium, the Raymond James Stadium. Their training facility is right next door to the stadium. I mean, how much more convenient can it be? And they know where everything is in there. And the boys are flying down from Kansas City Chiefs. They're going to be out of place, and they're going to have to fly here. I mean, we've got such an advantage to it. And we got Tom Brady. Or what is that the guy's name? I don't follow football that much.
Yes,
I just don't follow it. Even though the Super Bowl is right down the street, literally right down the street from me. I was over there near it today because I had to go out of the house because I had to go to the dentist. But it's a enlightening atmosphere here in town. Even though there's not going to be that many people be able to watch it, the locals here, we can go down and see the Super Bowl experience. It's all playing downtown right now, and we have the pirate ship out in the bay. They have nightly fireworks and laser night shows on the pirate ship, which is one of our token things. We canceled Gasparilla this year. Usually happens in January, but they postponed it for 6 months or something. It's up in April or May somewhere. I don't remember. I saw that somewhere too, but yeah, it's a big happening here, even though we're not going to have nearly as many people here as what the stadium will hold. And the tickets, all the scalpers already have the tickets. And if you get a ticket now at this late time, I heard there was one skybox still available, which the skyboxes are the luxury suites that are up, and they have monitors to show you what's going on the field. They have a bar. They have you have service that comes to it, and you can put like 20 people in there normally. I don't know. I guess 25% of 20 would be like, what, 5 or something like that you could sit in the skybox. That's $500,000.
Right.
You can buy a skybox for $500,000. The regular seats are going $5,000, $10,000 and up. if you can find one. But if you find one at this point, it'll be from a scalper. A lot of they've been cracking down a lot of the Super Bowl paraphernalia, the T-shirts, the hats, all the stuff, and the illegal stuff that comes in. Most of it's made in China. Some people make it like in the print shops and stuff, and it's the non-NFL certified stuff.
Right.
If it doesn't have the 3D NFL logo on it, it's a scam. You're not paying into the official NFL thing with it. But so anyway, Super Bowl's right down the street. I'm not going.
Okay, all right. Will you even tune in for the big game Sunday night?
I think I'll probably watch it. I watched the game it was the last weekend or weekend before last. I don't remember when they were playing that other team that they had to win. The Bucs had to win to get into the Super Bowl.
Right.
That was a must-win game last one they played wherever. I don't even see. That's how much attention. I don't pay that much attention to it.
Tampa Bay played Green Bay.
Games, right, Steve?
It was the battle of the bays there. Cool Breeze. Green Bay versus Tampa Bay.
Yes.
Yep, that was it.
Yes, that's it. That's exactly it. But the ball games, I mean, football, basketball, baseball, all that. I don't know. I've been a truck driver all my life, and I'm probably going to stay a truck driver. I mean, the way Chevy Man put it one night, if you once a truck driver, always a truck driver. Well, I am. And I feel like I could jump back in one every time one passes me. If I'm on the interstate, I want to get up in it and drive it to wherever it's going. I've been one end of the country to the other. I've been in every state and all that. But, once a truck driver, always a truck driver.
Yes,
but the ball games, I don't follow them because these guys are on the field. They're making $100,000, $200,000 a play. They're making millions of dollars a year. It's become something totally that it didn't start out to be. I mean, it's just a game. And who wants to watch a bunch of overpaid men go out on the field and play with their balls? I don't get it.
Well,
that's the way it is.
There's a lot of big
from
fans
the home
out
here
there.
with the Cool Breeze, and it's only 223 days till Christmas, Steve.
I'm glad to know that. Thanks so much, Cool Breeze. I know personally one couple that's going to be watching intently, probably going to have a big Super Bowl party. And that's our friends Mark and Kathy down there in Tampa. They are big, big, big Buccaneers fans. And Kathy, she posted a video after that game between Tampa Bay and Green Bay, when Tampa Bay won that game. Yeah, she's down there, and she's got her big Tampa Bay flag. She's literally out running around the yard, screaming and hooping and hollering for all the neighbors to hear when they won that game. That's entertainment. All right, what are we looking at here? About 15 before the hour. It is 844-3388. What else we got on the list? Let me flip over to the email bag. Let's see. Couple of issues. First of all, later this morning, again, I believe after everything went well last evening, 1:20 a.m., you recall, the SpaceX launch. Another launch slated for 5:14 this morning, I believe it is. And that's going to be our next 60 satellites, about 60 satellites from SpaceX being launched from Port Canaveral. So you might want to tune into that later this morning. There was another launch that took place about a week ago. And you talk about a mighty big insurance claim. Boy, oh boy. It was the commercial satellite launched from Cape Canaveral that suffered failures during the on-orbit testing. This was going to be the latest satellite for Sirius XM. The satellite radio broadcaster's XXM-7 spacecraft, built by Maxar in California, successfully flew from Launch Complex 40 on the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. It was placed to the proper geostationary orbit. But Maxar and SiriusXM confirming the 15,000-pound satellite was functioning properly immediately after liftoff. But in a filing with the Security Exchange Commission, SiriusXM said the digital broadcasting satellite suffered what they're calling multiple payload unit failures after the orbit test began about a month ago. So this is, they file what they call an 8K form as notices to investors when any sort of a serious, significant event occurs. They state during our orbit testing of XXM7, events occurred which have caused failures of payload units, certain payload units. The full extent of the damage not yet known. Spokesperson said the issue will not impact their existing operations. This satellite was going to be supposedly supplementing the existing fleet. They've got the XM3 and the XM4 satellites, which they can continue to operate for several more years. XM5, designed as a spare, is already in orbit and may be positioned to provide support if that becomes necessary. Construction of our SXM8 satellite is underway, and that's expected to be launched later this year. That mission also going to fly on a Falcon 9 rocket from either Cape Canaveral or Kennedy Space Station. But while the extent of the failure isn't clear, the company told investors they have entered discussions with the insurance provider. What do you think that coverage might just cost them? XM says we have insurance policies covering the satellite through launch and the first year of in-orbit operation. The aggregate coverage under these insurance policies is $225 million. We have notified the underwriters of these policies of a potential claim with respect to SXM7. That's a mighty hefty insurance claim. $225 million. Wow. All right, let's see. Back to the calls here this morning as we make our way into a Friday. Who's next up? I believe it's Big Daddy. Hey there.
Hey, Steve, how are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Yeah, well, it's been quite a while since I last talked to you. I've retired to Florida out of the great state of Iowa. And thank God I'm not there anymore. And the 50 foot of snow and wind that they have tonight.
They got buried yesterday. I mean, that was one whopper. I mean, it wasn't like 5 inches of snow, but they got hammered. I guess the winds, the blizzard conditions is what was so bad.
Yeah, that's really been a problem for them. My brother-in-law and my nephew both run wreckers, and they've been out there between Iowa, where the 40-car truck pileup was today, working all day, trying to clean that mess up.
I saw some of the photographs out there, and yeah, that was one heck of a. I mean, trucks and cars, carnage. You actually even see 2 police vehicles, kind of crushed in that pileup.
Yeah, a couple of state troopers got themselves right in the middle of that, I guess, trying to work a wreck, and it just, got caught up in it.
People kept
piling in. Hey, but I need to agree with Red Mule, and table scraps. As an owner-operator at one time myself, it really doesn't matter what the broker's making. It's what you decide to do the job for. If you don't want to do it, you don't do it. If you want to do it, you do it. It's like a lot of the guys that used to sign on with companies with at least their trucks onto companies. And I'm not talking about Prime. I'm talking about other companies that they own their own trucks and they lease and run under the other company's DOT numbers and get their plates and everything. And they get $1.10 a mile, and everybody's like, "Oh, you're crazy. You're running too cheap." Well, it was their choice. If you're a businessman, you know your expenses. It's up to you if you got a good deal, what you think's a good deal or not a good deal.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's always been the thing about being a truck driver. You always liked the independence. being it, just being out there by yourself, making decisions, whether you work for a company or if you were an owner operator. I did 30 years before I retired, and the last thing the boss said to me when I retired, he goes, "Well, what do you got to show for 30 years?" I said, 3 million miles and the flattest ass in the state of Iowa.
That's about the extent of it, right?
Yeah, but it was great. I raised my family, 7 children. It was good to me. It was a good life. I love it. I'm kind of like Cool Breeze. A truck goes by me today, and I get that itch to want to jump back in it. I still got an active CDL. I still got an active physical, but I don't do it. But have all the respect for those guys and gals that are out there still pushing them up and down the road. And like I said, I've met Todd Spencer. I've had several conversations with him. We don't always agree eye to eye on a lot of things, which is fine also. But I just, you remember there was an old reality show, so to speak, a few years ago on, I don't know, the History Channel, Discovery, one of them called Shipping Wars, where they had these 4 or 5 people that run around and they bid for, loads to take, and they done it. They just showed how stupid things can get.
They would bid each other down. It's like one would start, the next guy would bid it down to what, like 1,500, right? Then the next guy said, "Well, I think I can make a profit at 12." They were just cutting each other's throat.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but that's been going on for. I mean, that is real world, way of doing business. Sometimes I've seen drivers do that to each other. I know one broker friend that I had, he told me what he would do. He'd post that up on the load board, and the way he worked it was if say I called in and I've been out 2 weeks and the load was going to Des Moines, Iowa out of, let's say somewhere in Virginia. And I'd say, well, what's that load paying? Well, I haven't finalized it yet.
Yeah.
And, call me back in an hour. Then he'd get somebody else that wanted it a lot worse than me. And, he'd knock a few cents off the top and let that guy roll with it. I mean, he just waited to see who the hungriest driver that wanted it was. And I mean, it's not a good deal, but that's kind of the way it is. If you'll do it, if you can find somebody to do it for 90 cents versus the guy to do it for $1.10, and that's just kind of the way they've worked it for years.
Yeah. Right.
And I got to thank you for one thing last night when you give the heads up about the rocket going up. You did the little countdown.
Yeah.
The job I do now, I do an overnight job now, and I just happened to catch you when you said that. And I'm here in Jacksonville, Florida. I just happened to look out my window about 20 seconds after you did the countdown, and the rocket went right on by me.
Is that right?
That's the first time I've actually I've been to the Cape, but that's the first time I got to watch a rocket actually going up through the sky, and it was a pretty cool experience.
All right, that's awesome. I mean, so in Jacksonville, did you feel the shake or the rumble or anything? Or are you too far away?
Too far away. I didn't feel anything like that, but I mean, the view of it. Of course, we had a clear night last night, and I mean, you could see that thing really good. I mean, it was it was very well lit up. I'm right in downtown Jackson, so I'm not close to the water. I'm more on the west side. But, yeah, and I'll be looking at 514 this morning when the next one goes up, see if I can get a glimpse of it too.
Okay. Somebody sent me a link here a few minutes ago, and I'm not sure if that one has been postponed. I mean, I'm looking at from like Florida today, but I don't know. Maybe they have another one scheduled for the 7th. I'll double check on that because this one says the 19th Starlink on February the 7th. So this is the 5th. It's supposed to be last night was technically the 18th. The 17th is what's going to go up this morning. So maybe you got one this morning and one coming up over the weekend. Busy, busy, busy. That SpaceX group is.
I tell you what, that Elon Musk, man, I think he's kind of the modern day Thomas Edison, all those, he's one of those guys that mind of his is just clicking all the time looking for different things to get into. But he said something here a couple of weeks ago I found very interesting when they were all, when Knucklehead Joe signed the thing that we're all going to go to electric cars and all that mess. Elon Musk come out the very next day and said, there's no way in the world you can do this. We do not have the infrastructure, and it'll take 50 years to get the infrastructure if we went all electric. There'd be massive blackouts and brownouts all over this country because we don't have the capacity to run businesses and homes and cars at full tilt like they think they can in the next 15 years.
Right,
He said,
right.
The capacity is not there to do it, and you're certainly not going to keep it up with wind and solar. He said that you got to find a different alternative because those two will not make it happen to run an entire country of this size. And then if you get Canada, then he just said this is totally impossible. And this is a guy that's going to make all his money from electric cars. I mean, so if he's out there saying, it's a great idea, guys, but you're going to have to really upgrade your infrastructure a bunch to even get close.
And they're having a hard time coming up with the raw material to make all these batteries that these electric vehicles are going to run on. Even Tesla just this past week announced when it comes to their big rig, the Tesla truck, which has been delayed several times now. But until they get the ability to mass produce the batteries, they don't have that ability right now. So, yeah, the capabilities of mining for the raw materials to make these batteries, I don't know that there's enough to go around. Okay, I pulled up the from Space Flight Now. We were talking about that launch that was scheduled, I guess, for later this morning. It looks like that's the one that apparently has actually been bumped till February the 7th. So that'd be Sunday morning, 4:31 a.m. Eastern Time, Sunday morning. That's another 60 satellites for the Starlink. Let me see there. Following that, the date hasn't been determined yet. That's the next, Starlink, the next batch of 60 satellites. And they've got a really busy schedule, no doubt about it. But all right, so this morning you won't see the 5:14 a.m. I guess, I don't know if weather is the factor or what the case is, but there you go. You're up to speed now. Lines available at 844-844-3388. One last tidbit, since we were talking about Super Bowl this hour. Making the Super Bowl is a big deal for most players. I mean, how many professional athletes that make their way into the NFL actually get to play in a Super Bowl? It should be an enormous deal, but not for Tom Brady. He's got to play in more Super Bowls than most players ever even get to play in a playoff game. So the act of winning a conference championship isn't much to celebrate, apparently, in his eyes. And one of his teammates there on Tampa Bay learned that the hard way in Green Bay. Apparently, Buccaneers linebacker Levante David tells the story that one of his teammates was actually shedding a couple of tears. I mean, tears of pure joy after the Buccaneers beat the Packers. But Brady put a stop to it right now, rather aggressively, according to Levante, when I realized that it was real, when I realized all the other stuff doesn't really matter unless it's the Super Bowl. I mean, it was after we won the NFC championship, David says. You know me, I'm all happy. It's my first. I'm really geeked up. Then I guess somebody was crying a little bit. And I heard Brady just what the F are you crying for? We're not done yet. David had never even made the playoffs in his first 8 NFL seasons. So we said he was feeling all sorts of emotions after that victory, but after seeing Brady's reaction to a teammate, that kind of made him straighten himself out real quick. Damn, I said. He's right. So, I had 2 tears, and I wiped my blankety blank real quick. So he said it's perhaps not the traditional method of teaching his teammates how to win, but it's a mindset that might serve the Buccaneers well as they head into the big game against the Chiefs coming up on Sunday. But Brady's don't be crying. You ain't won the big prize yet. Wipe it off. All right, we'll return in a moment. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Just like that. Back at it. Yes, on we roll into a Friday. There you go. Here come the weekend. And according to forecasters, look out. Old man Winter's ready to utilize everything in his tool belt through next week as persistent rounds of frigid air, gusty winds, and snow targets the northern tier of the country. Now, we're seeing that first wave of noticeably colder air and blustery conditions reaching the upper Midwest and the Great Lakes, Minneapolis, Detroit, as early as this morning. Friday morning. Here it comes. Additional waves will be hitting the region through at least the end of next week, they tell us. None significantly colder than another, but each one just kind of reinforces the cold air and keeps you locked into the deep freeze for an extended period of time. And it's going to be really quite the shock after as mild as it's felt so far much of this winter. Many cities running above average, way above average. So this is going to be, the cold is going to hold more opportunities for snow. And the weather pattern is suggesting there could be several storms through mid-February. The persistent cold and rounds of snow will finally make it feel like, yep, we're in the dead of winter. It had to hit us sometime. Well, much of the region will be shivering today. A storm lingering in southern Ontario will indeed spark some lake-effect snow across the Great Lakes. The next wave of snow is likely to start in Nebraska later on Saturday, before then streaking through the Midwest into the western portions of New York and on up into New England later in the weekend. That storm's likely to strengthen along the way, meaning most areas are going to see just a few inches of snow. But, of course, that's all you need to get slippery travel conditions. The storm track will probably repeat itself several times through the middle of next week. In fact, the next storm could bring snow to parts of South Dakota and Nebraska before the weekend's even over, and yet another round right on the heels of that early next week. So without a break in the freezing temperatures, the snow's not going to be melting away. It's just going to continue to pile up one round on top of another. And after several rounds of snow with virtually no melting, snow totals after several storms will be in excess of the 6-inch mark, between 6 and 12 inches, actually, in some areas. So these quick-moving storms, when combined with the cold air and the gusty winds, create just the right ingredients for some serious snow downwind of the Great Lakes. Some places in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and New York will get snow from both of these storms, as well as the lake-enhanced snow, which means several feet of snow possible in some locations by Valentine's Day weekend. Did you realize that was just around the corner? Wow. All right. This season's been a bit different. You know, the lakes, as we mentioned in hour number one, only 20% of Lake Erie has any ice coverage on it. So the lake effect snows will definitely be enhanced with these systems. There you go. Quick touch on some of our travelers' weather as we get things underway, as we make our way into a Friday. And what's happening with the big moose this morning?
Oh, man, just trucking. What are you doing?
Same old, playing radio.
I heard that. Well, good thing it's Denny. Yeah, I bet. I ought to be at my destination about 7:30 this morning, so I guess I didn't do too bad considering the weather. A couple of things I want to touch on there. As far as these brokers go, man, you know, these brokers have always been like feeding dogs when it comes to truck drivers. You know, and I learned a long time ago, I was pretty lucky. I was able to get myself in a niche where I was hauling stuff nobody else wanted to touch. The stuff that make you go boom or glow in the dark or whatever, you know. Mm-hmm. And these brokers, they go out there and they feed these truck drivers like hungry dogs. And it's something I found out a long time ago about truck drivers. You put two truck drivers in a room full of lot lizards and they'll screw each other first every time. I've seen guys browbeat their best friends out of a load over 3 cents a mile. You know, it's always been hooray for me and to hell with everybody else when it comes to these loads. You know, and it's a shame, but that's the way it's always been. You know, and then these big companies come along, got these automatic trucks putting all this hot meat in the seat that shouldn't even be allowed to ride a bicycle, much less operate an 18-wheeler. Putting them in these automatics, tell them push D and push the yellow knob and the red knob, push the D and just go. Good luck to you, you know. And I'm not blaming them, but the fact of the matter is they ain't never had no training because the people that was responsible for training them didn't know what the hell they was doing, you know.
Right.
And the whole industry's kind of went to hell in a handbasket for that reason, you know. And you know, years ago, a lot of people took pride in driving a truck. I mean, it was a man's job. I mean, this was a rugged occupation, buddy, and then we didn't have to hang our heads when we said we was truck drivers. You know, now you got these people. Well, the bank laid me off, so I just went to the puppy mill truck driving school because anybody can drive a truck. Yippee! Hooray for us! You know, and that just turns my stomach. You know, you got these people out here that are doing this job because it was just something that they could do, and there was, anybody can do it, so we'll just go to the puppy mill, pay our $3,500 to get our license, and go be a green weenie and an automatic wonder for a few years until our industry picks back up, and then we'll leave this cretin's job back to the lowlifes who want to make a lifetime occupation out of it. That's the attitude they got, and that really chaps my ass, pardon my French, because, you know, this is not what I do. I'm going to tell you something, folks, right now. This is what I am. I bought my first truck when I was 19 years old, had my own authority since I was 26, and I have worked my tail off for what little bit that I've got, and I don't have to hang my head when I say I'm a truck driver, you know. And I know people that use the term almost derogatorily, you know. And, it's sickening, you know, and I hate it. I hate that it's come to this, you know.
Right.
And I'll never get to retire. Closest thing I'll get to retirement is if I blow one out, I go to truck stop and they'll retire me. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And, I don't want to sound like I'm bitter about it because I'm really not, because I've really enjoyed my life out here on the road. But I tell you what, I've got a bunch of ex-wives that ain't enjoyed me being on the road. And I've got a bunch of kids that I've been little more than a stranger to because I've chosen to be out here on the road. But guess what? None of them women or none of them kids ever wanted for nothing either. Except maybe for me to be around, you know. And unfortunately, you know, if I had my life to live over, that's probably the only thing that I would change. But I ain't got no complaints for the life and the occupation that I chose years ago, you know. And I don't want to sound like I'm, you know, trying to justify one thing and denounce another, because I'm not. I think if somebody wants to come out here and make a living, it's a good way to make a living. But you need to educate yourself and know what you're doing, because otherwise you're going to be one of them guys that want to sit in a truck stop 3 days a week and work about a day and a half and then complain about how bad this business sucks, you know. And this ain't all sitting around and drinking coffee and smoking cigarettes and slapping the waitress in the tail end at the truck stop, you know. You get these guys that have watched Smokey and the Bandit and touched themselves while listening to Eastbound and Down and think they're B.J. McKay. Well, I got newsflash for you, fellas. This is work. And I wish I had $1 for every time I set butthole deep to a bow-legged Indian in a snowdrift somewhere, eating Vienny weenies out of a can and hoping like hell that the damn fuel didn't gel up and the engine quit and freeze to death in the middle of the night. You know, there ain't no glamour in this industry at all. It's work. And if you're willing to put that work into it, you can make a pretty good living out of it. But it's been sensationalized just like everything else. And like I said, now it's to the point where it's a joke. When they come out with a deal where you got to put an automatic only restriction on a driver's license, give me a break, you know. It just, I don't know. I guess I probably just need to shut up, mind my own business. But
Well, Big Moose,
I got a vent sometimes.
Let me ask you, as an old timer out there, you've seen it, you've been around, you've seen it, and I had the email last hour from Chris, who's the 27-year-old overnight nurse thinking about getting a CDL. What advice would you give to Chris?
I would say get yourself a thong bikini and start strip pole dancing before you got in this business right now. Now, I mean, that's
Really?
the truth.
Wow. Okay.
Because I tell you what you got to look forward to. You can go to one of them big old companies, sign your life away for 3 years so you can have some pencil neck geek with 3 hairs in his mustache teach you how to pass a driving test. Then they're going to send you out on the road, and you ain't going to have no idea between come here from Sikkim on how to do anything. You ain't going to make no money. You're going to have people telling you what you need to do and don't have no clue on how to do it themselves. And it's probably going to be a pretty miserable way to make a living. You know, at 27 years old, it might be wise to look into something else, or get with a small outfit. But of course, you need the experience too, because these insurance companies, I go around with them insurance companies almost on a daily basis. But you know, trying to get that 2 or 3 years experience to where you can get a job with a company that, or an outfit, or even buy your own truck or anything that where you can actually do good, is going to be a chore nowadays. You know?
Yes.
I had a guy one time. He come up to me at a truck stop, wanted to know if I'd back his truck into the parking spot for him. And I said, yeah, I'll do that for you. So I went over there and backed it in. He said, what I owe you? I said, I normally charge $10, but since you's bobtail, I'll take $5.
Oh, boy. That's great.
I got to have a little levity in the deal, but I don't know. And another thing, too, to get off the truck topic for a minute.
Okay.
Apparently, one night I went to bed, and when I woke up, the whole world become full of a bunch of knobby-kneed, how do I put this, poultry-dropping pantyways. I don't want to say the chicken expletive, but I think everybody knows what I mean.
Okay.
And what's this deal? Everybody put a mask on. Oh, here's a better idea. Put 2 masks on. Carry a jug of rubbing alcohol with you so you can delouse yourself every time you touch a doorknob or get out of the house. And whatever you do, don't go to the ball game. Don't go to the movie. If you got to go to the store, call it in and let them bring it out to your car. What in the world has happened to us as a people? I tell you one thing. I'm just glad the good Lord took John Wayne on home before he had to live to see this mess. Because I tell you what, there ain't enough testicular fortitude left in this country to sprout a nose hair, I don't think.
Well, Big Moose, thank you for chiming in. Always good when you get on a rant. That's good to hear you. Happy Friday. And good luck.
Hey, keep it between the spotted and the solid, buddy.
We'll work on it. Good luck getting Tater and Sweet Pea back to Dayton there. It's been a long run out there. Yeah, thanks to Mother Nature, made it even longer. Yeah, speaking of a long run, wow. This woman in New Jersey was rescued by Newark firefighters after being trapped inside her vehicle for 5 days. Wow. 77-year-old Janet Wood told reporters this past day that she is homeless with benefits and lives in her minivan, but typically goes to a motel when it gets too cold outside. But emergency crews responding to the area of Lincoln Park about 9:45 this past morning where she was trapped. Her vehicle was covered in snow, had been plowed in, buried in the snow. She was able to get out of the Honda minivan. She spoke with members of the media who had gathered after her rescue, to which she said, as soon as I'm able to, I'm leaving. I'm taking this car. I'm going to go to a realtor and ask him, sir, how much would you charge me to find a place to live? And she refused any medical attention. I don't know what kind of food or snacks or what she had to survive on. 5 days buried in the car, if you could imagine that. Yeah, a lot of times those stories don't have happy endings, but I mean, it's 77 years old, no less. Wow. All right, it's 844-3388, and I have no idea who we got on the line. Maybe a new caller. Who we got?
I'm going by the handle Motor. I don't know if anybody had it or not. Yeah.
Okay, Motor. All right, well, good to have you with us.
Yeah. So I'm a new caller thanks to Cue Ball. I've been watching it on the YouTube since you started on YouTube. And here lately you've been talking about these stories like I watch on the replay, so I don't know which days I watch, but yesterday you said the story about the truckers barricaded in the four-wheeler because of the tornado. I wanted to thank you for sharing those kind of stories.
Mm-hmm. That was a rather interesting story to me. I mean, only thing that crossed my mind, though, was I think I mentioned that, you know, a lot of times when the winds could have blown one of those tractor trailers over and could have actually, hell, could have crushed your car for that matter.
Yeah, you know, you never think about that. So I listen to you every day. The nurse that just called, I'm from Bowling Green, Ohio, so I'm curious on what part of Ohio he's from. I'm a pretty young driver. I'm only 31 years old, so comparison to all these other drivers that are calling in, my spiel on the whole driving, I think they need to learn how to drive manual, because just going through like the Virginia hills, I still got to put my automatic down in a lower gear just to make it up some of them hills. And if a driver is going to school just learning automatic, I don't think they're going to be knowing how to do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me ask, Motor, you say you found us via Cue Ball. Now, I know that, especially that first night when we came on, he did like a 3-4 hour video. He had me up there, and he was talking about, you know, the trucking and whatnot and his boats and stuff like that. Did you come across us on that? Are you one of the members of, like, his YouTube page, or did he actually physically tell you where to find us?
Yeah, so I watched Cue Ball since he got his cab over. Since he started putting that in his videos, I started watching that. And then that first night, he did like a big, long live stream, and he kept saying your name. And all I listen to is YouTube. I don't do radio or any other social media. So I tuned into you, and I like listening to the old drivers because I just love driving.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I got one of these Hot Shot Secret gift codes. I took your phone number down off the screen. I will forward your number to Kyle, and they'll text you a code that you can use at the Hot Shot Secret website, good for like $60. You order whatever you want. If you order more than $60 worth, the shipping's included in that. So, you know, whatever you want, you can order $59 worth, free shipping, not have to pay a dime. You know what I mean?
Awesome.
How's that sound? All right. And it's good to have new listeners, right? So I got to thank Cue Ball for... Yeah, because he has a lot of subscribers on his YouTube page. I was pretty impressed with that.
Yeah, I really enjoy it. And then I just have one more input since I'm a younger driver. So I'm new to the company that I am driving for right now. I've had my CDL for about 6 years, and I used to work for a company that hauled pig feed and horse feed. And I delivered to a lot of Amish farms, so I wasn't over the road, but I backed in at least 20 times a day. And coming into my new company, they didn't want me because I didn't have over the road experience. So because of the insurance, they wanted me to drive straight, not just backing up. So listening to what Big Moose had to say, it kind of blew my mind that they almost didn't hire me, when I think the most important job we do out here is the backing, especially with all these accidents that are happening here lately. Right. But that's all I had to say. I just wanted to call in and say thanks for doing what you do.
All right. Well, yeah, that's what we're here for. And thank you for listening in. And don't hesitate to call us up anytime. Don't be a stranger there, Motor.
All right. We'll be listening to you.
All right. Watch your text there tomorrow. Doughboy was a winner last evening. He emailed me about 5:30 in the afternoon. He said, "Hey, I'm going to bed because I got to work tonight, but I've been watching my text. I didn't get a code. I had to email him back. My apologies, Doughboy. I forgot to send Kyle your phone number when I got off. So I sent it to him here this past evening. He's got it now, so I should get his code later today, all right? Let me see here. We jump down to, there's old Happy. Hello, Happy.
What's going on, Steve?
This damn thing says you're happy every time you call.
Well, I am a happy kind of guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what's happening, Pappy?
Man, I'll tell you what a night, Steve. I just got cut up. It was funny. Heatwave sent me a message on Messenger, and I told him, I said, man, we had an incident, another place here in the county. I got tied up at work, and I just left the district and got your text. And, I told Heatwave, I said, man, I've been so busy, I ain't even had a chance to turn the show on yet, So, but I got your text. And I thought you were messing with me for a second.
No.
So as soon as I logged on, I seen that little post that you made. Look who's the winner of the headset. Holy moly, how about that?
That's pretty. Well, I mean, I guess you've been going on every day. I know you're sharing the links. I mean, you're doing all the things to get lots of entries, Pappy. So congratulations.
Well, you know what? On this one, on the first one, I forget, God, how many I made. But on this one, I don't know how many. I think I only did 1 or 2 entries. It's not like I had a whole bunch in there. So, shout out to the fans that, hey, you can win by only making 1 entry.
All right. There you go. Yeah.
But, what a night. Just got caught up on stuff and just jumped off it. That Blue Rock, I'm going to cut over and head back out to headquarters. Hold on a second. Turn something down here. Anyway, hey, thanks a bunch. I appreciate it, man. I had this cheap little set that I used, and I lost one of the ear pugs, that on one side you put your ear on, so I don't even have a full set. So I'll tell you what, that'll really come in handy. I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, well, this is the Pluto Duo, so you can use it with one earmuff, or you can put both of them on. I don't know what you're able to do when you're out there working, but it's a nice set. Trust me. I think you'll like it. I think you'll be very pleased.
Yeah, man, yes, it sounds like a really decent set, So I can't say I appreciate it enough.
All right. Wow. Well, congratulations, Pappy. They'll be getting a hold of you probably later today or something. I guess they got your email, right. So they'll send you an email, I suppose. So.
Right, Roger that. I'll be looking for it. Hey, let me ask you a question real quick, unless you're due for a break here.
No, lay it on us.
Hey, man, it's my understanding if you're under the age of 55 and you think you got COVID and you go to the doctor and they test you and they say, yeah, you got COVID and you're under the age of 55, they're going to pat you on the head and send you home without no medication or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's my understanding. I don't know if people's out there listening that had COVID and are under the age of 55. Have they, doctors or wherever you went to get tested, the doctor's offices, they prescribed you anything? A few people that I know that I work with that have had it, they just send them home, tell them to take some NyQuil and suck it up and tough it out.
Yep.
So my question is, what's the point in getting tested?
All I can figure is, I mean, they don't do anything unless I guess your symptoms. I mean, if you get to the point where you're having difficulty catching your breath and whatnot, I mean, but what most of it is, they for the most part send you home, say quarantine, stay away from other people and all that, and stay home for 14 days and until you test again and come back negative. That's pretty much it.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they're not going to give you anything, I mean. Most people have common sense where if you're sick, right, you stay away from people. If you got the flu, you stay away from people. And you stay home. So my only question is, so if I think if it's not serious, well, I'm over the age of 55, but if it's not serious enough where it's going to put you in a hospital, why even go get tested?
Right. Good point.
Why let the government know you had this? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's just a food for thought, my man.
Well, maybe we can get some follow-up from some of those out there that maybe have had it and what they gave it. I think you almost have to, ask your doctor, say, will you give me some hydroxychloroquine, or will you give me, I guess there's a couple of other things that, the one drug cost a fortune, so you don't want that, but the hydroxychloroquine is really, really cheap,
Right. Huh. All right. Well, I'm going to jump off here. Listen, I appreciate it. Shout out to all your fans out there. We'll be listening. Sorry I couldn't listen earlier.
Thanks.
Busy. You know what I'm saying?
You got away. We multitasking. Thanks for supporting the show, Pappy. Always good to hear from you. All right. Let me see here. From Dean and Kathy. Or it goes by Buckeye Boy here. Steve, great show tonight. I'm listening from Longview, Texas, on my way to the land of fruits and nuts. Couple of things. When you get your big screen behind you, I kind of figured you're planning on showing the show sponsors, logos, and things like that. But I had an idea. How about having your listeners send a picture of their big rigs to be shown on it? Or show some of the winners from some of the truck shows or the world's largest convoys. I've been to a couple of truck shows over the years, and some of their rigs I've seen there and out on the road, are just amazing. And I think it'd be pretty cool for the ones you select to show their rigs. Either live in on the podcast flash up on your big screen, just things I was thinking about. Yes, oddly enough, Buckeye Boy, I think Kyle actually mentioned something like that. He thought about. He's thinking of a number of things we can put up on the screen, things that are going to rotate, and you could rotate a lot of different things during a 5-hour show, right? So, yep, that's a great idea. Then one other thing in regards to that psycho AOC. There's a congresswoman from South Carolina whose office is 2 doors down from AOC, and said she did not hear anyone storming down the halls and trying to break anyone's door down on the 6th of January. In addition, their offices are not even in the congressional building where the intrusion occurred. They're across the street. AOC did not deny lying about it, but instead said the other congresswoman was demeaning people who lived through a traumatic experience, and then referred to her alleged sexual assault from years ago. Interesting. Yeah, we shared the other night where there was one congressperson that said, she's just trying to play on people's heartstrings. So if she wasn't even there, AOC making it sound like she lived through this horrific, traumatic experience because of Trump supporters. All right, thanks for chiming in there. Buckeye Boy, 25 before the hour. It is, as always, 844-3388. We'll return right after a quick timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I know I got a lot of listening friends out there who've over the years been on cruises with us, wondering when we're going to do our first Steve Summers Overnight Drive Hotshot Secret Cruise. I don't know. May not be anytime soon. If other countries follow suit, there will not be any large cruises in Canada this year. As yesterday, the Canadian government extended their ban on cruise operations through February of 2022, another full year. Now, that extended ban complicates cruise operators who are trying to restart their sailings. You ain't going nowhere. Prolonging their hiatus since voyages came to a halt March of 2020, when we saw the cruise lines seeing outbreaks on their ships. Now, the ban had been scheduled to expire later this month. I mean, they went all out, not a 90-day or 6 month. I mean, they did a whole another year extension. The Canadian measure applies to cruise vessels carrying 100 or more people and prohibits passenger vehicles carrying more than 12 people from entering Arctic coastal waters. They list a bunch of these places. I don't know how to pronounce this stuff. Nunavik, the Labrador coast. Adventure-seeking pleasure craft are also prohibited from entering Arctic waters. Now, temporary prohibitions to cruise vessels and pleasure craft, they say, are essential to continue to protect our most vulnerable and overwhelming our healthcare system. This is the right, responsible thing to do. This is like their, I guess, we've got Dr. Fauci, they've got their health commissioner. Now, cruise sailings from U.S. regions such as New England and Alaska typically have stops in Canada. Canadian ports reported visits from more than 1 million cruise passengers in 2019, primarily to Vancouver and ports in Canada's maritime provinces. Members of the Cruise Line International Associations served 29.7 million passengers in 2019, and more than half of those were from North America. But this prolonged ban, just the latest in a string of measures by the Canadian government clamping down on travel to and from the country, trying to mitigate the spread of COVID. Now, although COVID cases are retreating from their peaks back in early January, I guess much like here in the United States, Canada's vaccine rollout has been much slower than expected. The rate of Canadian vaccinations actually lags behind most advanced economies, including the U.S. and the U.K. So we're having a difficult time getting it rolled out here. Well, wait a minute. I thought that was all Donald Trump's fault. What the? I guess it's Trump's fault that they're having trouble in Canada too, isn't it? You know, you got to blame somebody. Quickly, before we get back to your calls, got an email from, I guess this was our other winner this morning. Hey, Steve, I heard my email address on your show. I'm not a truck driver, but a second shift worker. Now, I don't have a diesel, but I have a gas pickup truck. But I sure would like to try your product. I've been listening to you for about 16 years. Just let me know what info you might need. But great show, and thanks again. That was the T-E-M-M-E email address. That's actually Todd. So Todd, yep, I've already forwarded your email to Kyle. They'll be getting in touch. And seeing as you don't have the diesel vehicle, I'm sure they can set you up with some sort of a package for your gasoline-powered pickup truck. Of course, the Stiction Eliminator works in gas or diesel engines. And, of course, they do have the gasoline extreme versus the diesel extreme. And you got the FR3 friction reducer. Like I said, they'll hook you up with a nice package, all right? And thank you so much for being a part of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Now, back to the phones we go. Couple lines open at 844-844-3388. Let's see. Who we got on the line here?
Knuckle Buster with baloney.
Okay. Well, this is what it says. Succubus below.
I told you Knuckle Buster baloney. I don't know about all that mess there.
Succubus below.
Good Lord have mercy.
So I said, I don't know who we got on the line. Succubus.
Now, I tell most men my handle's Knuckle Buster, but if you're a woman, I tell them Wayman C. Wanamaker Jr., a great American. You know, that's right. That's what I told Mama Knuckle Buster the first time, and she told me I was barking up the wrong damn tree. But anyway, I guess I wasn't barking up it too damn bad. I got twin daughters out of it, right?
Right.
Let me get stopped here, and we'll talk some of this baloney here. I can't send you no emails driving down the road, but I can sure talk on the phone. Sounds like Moose needs some of that Prozac, man. I need to go. Hey, you know, we all got to start somewhere. Serious. I started driving 34 years ago. I drive a stick, but I drive an automatic now. This thing's the easiest thing in the world to drive. And it's got so many different things on it that when you go downhill, the RPMs drop all the way down to idle, and that's what it does. And that's how they get great fuel mileage. That's 7.5 to 8 miles to the gallon. So that's making a profit right there.
That's pretty impressive. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, they can't get young guys to drive the sticks because they don't know how to do it. They hired a grain hauler. He couldn't even back a trailer up. He knew how to pull forward because them grain haulers don't ever back up. They just drive through the chute, drop the grain down in the ground there, and go on out to the other side. But somebody finally taught him how to back up, right?
Yes, sir.
I got a thing on COVID here I'm going to send you. And it's plant-based antiviral drug may help COVID-19.
Okay.
They found it out over in the UK, so I'm going to send that to you. I thought that was pretty unusual. We'll all be smoking grass before it's all over with, see?
There you go, yeah. Who knows? It'll work.
Yeah. You know, it's
Super Bowl weekend, I still say Tom Brady's going to win.
Okay.
And here's why I say he's going to win. Number 7, he's going to retire, and we won't have to put up with Tom Brady anymore. Now, there's a couple of betting trends. I'm going to send you the email on that too, and you can read it if you want to. Is notable betting trends over the years there, and but see, they'll let you bet all the way up until the middle of the third quarter. See,
is that right? You can place bets on where things
mean,
are going.
To me, that don't.
Yeah,
Yeah, all the way to the 7.5 minutes into the third quarter. Well, that don't make a whole lot of sense to me, but the true winners of all these sports things are the Vegas bookies. I know that for a fact. So I'm not going to gamble. I mean, I gamble enough just playing the lottery there, but that's all I'm going to do.
Yeah.
And I think Peyton Manning helped the NFL when Indianapolis and New Orleans played right after Katrina. He gave back to his city. He was so mad about all of it that he wouldn't even take his football helmet off after the end of the ball game there. The NFL is really not what you think it is. It's a billion-dollar business. Billion-dollar business. We're talking several billion. So I don't know. It's if I'm wrong about Tom Brady and the Buccaneers, well, that's just the way it's going to be there. But they're all hyping up Holmes in Kansas City. They're going to win 2 in a row, and they're getting people to place bets. Whoever's got the most money bet by the middle of the third quarter is winning. The other team's going to win. That way they lose all that money. Them Vegas bookies don't lose much.
Yeah, supposedly that they could be on the hook for big-time losses this year. I'm trying to remember going back to like before the season started. Yeah, some people bet who's going to win the Super Bowl before the season starts, and the odds for Tampa Bay were astronomically low. So, and a lot of people, apparently there were a lot of people that put money on Tampa Bay to go all the way. They're going to be on the hook for a big chunk of change if Brady pulls this out.
Yeah, I was reading somebody named Mattress Mike or something. He bet like $5 million on a bet that Tampa Bay was going to win. I think that's who it was.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah, that's a lot of money, but I ain't dropping that kind of money. I ain't got that kind of money to drop to start with. I'm just a poor man. You're $1 million radio YouTube personality there, right?
I hear you.
You gonna loan me some money, Steve? No, I don't even answer that question. I'm not borrowing. I just paid my house off recently, so the last thing I got to pay off is that 2019 Silverado, and that'll probably be the last vehicle I ever purchased. So I'm old enough I can make that thing last 20 years, so I'll be doing good, right? Anyway, get some Prozac for Big Moose, and you and I get some of that Skull Buster beer in the morning and a bottle of aspirin, and we'll make it through the weekend. Have a great, blessed day, and that's all my baloney for this morning. And here's one more time for AOC. There's a tear in my beer, and I'm crying for you, dear. Have a great weekend, Mr. Steve Sommers.
Thank you, Knuckle. Succubus, thank you very much. Have a good weekend. Let me see, about 10 before the hour. And got us a Friday coming on here. Looking back, a couple of weeks ago, I know we talked about this. BetMGM gamblers dropped $700,000 on 3 wagers alone on the Saints. Now, who closed as 3-point favorites in the 20-30 loss to the Buccaneers. But it would have been better if if New Orleans had defeated Tampa Bay, which is BetMGM's largest liability to win the Super Bowl. We were hoping it would be a dream scenario where the Buccaneers would cover and not win the game, according to the director of MGM Resorts. Tampa Bay is by far our biggest liability. We're pushing 7 figures on liability just in Nevada, he said. When they signed Tom Brady, everybody jumped all over them. And now they're one game from winning the Super Bowl. William Hill and Westgate are each on the hook for 6 figures if Brady wins on Sunday. Buccaneers are also the largest liability at South Point. There's one bettor in Washington, D.C. that placed a $40,000 wager on Tampa Bay to win the Super Bowl at 12-1 odds. So his $40,000 wager would pay him $480,000. Let's see. At this point in time, the Buffalo Bills were the biggest liability at Circa Sports, but yeah, they lost out. So, all right, the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs would be the best result for the books because their odds have been short since they opened at 7-1 co-favorites like last year. So there's that same guy that made the big bet on the Buccaneers also made a wager, a $115,000 wager on the Chiefs at plus 150 to win. So a $115,000 wager would garner him $172,500. That's a much lesser amount than the $40,000 paying him. What was it? $480,000. All right, if Tampa Bay wins, I think there's a lot of sport books that are going to be crying the blues. Super Bowl Sunday coming up. Is this the icebreaker?
What's up, Steve?
Morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, sir. A couple of things. First, what's on my mind. I went into that overnightdriveradio.com. I can't find that contest. Of course, now I went on Google, and that could be the reason. I'll keep trying to find it, but I can't find it. But that's all right. I'll find that out.
For that particular page, you just type in. You don't put in the Steve Sommers. It's just overnightdriveradio.com. Just Overnight Drive Radio, and that's where it's at. Yep.
Okay, maybe I can find it that way. Second thing, on the guy asked about the COVID. I'm 68 and my wife's 65, and we both got the COVID, and luckily it wasn't bad. And yeah, basically all we got was a pat on the head and sent home and quarantine. And I got a couple of nurses in the family, and they told me to take what they call a COVID cocktail, which is vitamin C, vitamin D3, and zinc, 250 milligrams of zinc. And there's a powder, and you can get it in a liquid form too. It's called elderberry.
Elderberry.
And drink that.
Okay.
Drink the elderberry. And you take that once a day, and that's supposed to be what they call a COVID cocktail. It's what it does is it boosts your immune system.
Yep.
Okay. And so that seems to help us. And next thing on Chris, I think it was Chris, the nurse.
Yes.
Wanting to go to truck driving. I was in the car business for 33 years. And at age 54, decided I got 3 cops in the road there. Don't know what in the hell they're doing, but got the damn road blocked for some reason, but I got through. I'm sorry. I was in the car business for 33 years and decided to change professions because I just got burned out, even though I was one of the big bosses back in the back end. And I went to truck driving school, and what I done is I went to a community college. And back in 2004, that community college cost me $500. And I went for 8 weeks, and they helped me get my CDLs, everything I needed, taught me how to read a map, the whole 9 yards. And when I got out, when I graduated, there were recruiters that come around from different companies to talk to us, to get us to come to their place. And luckily, I went to work for a large LTL company. And so I've been all the way out to California, and I live in North Carolina, so I've been all the way out to California and back. And but I never bumped a dock at a shipper or a receiver. We just run terminal to terminal.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been with the company 17 years, and I run every night. I'm home every day. And I run 540 miles a night, and I turn around and go back home, and make extremely good money. So if I was him, I would check the community colleges, because you go to some of these truck driving schools, they can be up to $6,000 and up for like 4 weeks, 6 weeks, or what the case may be. But and then have him check at some of these respectable companies. And like I said, I went to an LTL, and I love it, and wished I'd have done it 20 years earlier than when I started doing it. So that was advice for Chris. And other than that, that's about all I got, Steve. I just want to call and tell you that you got a good show going tonight. And of course, I've been listening to it every night since you've been coming on.
That's great. All right. Well, you found the word that it skipped my mind, or community college. That's the one I was trying to think of. That's the better route to go. And so you concur with that, right?
Oh yes, it's a whole lot cheaper. Now I've heard that, like I said, I went in 2004, and it was $500, but I think they're now up to maybe $1,500 or something this nature here. They're nowhere near what these truck driving schools charge, which is outrageous to get you CDLs. And some companies, now the company I work for, which is a big green and white company, they have training also. They'll bring you in and train you, but they don't do it all the time. They just do it when they're in need of drivers. And they don't charge you anything, and they pay you while you're going to school. But if you leave within a year, I think it's a year, then they bill you it's over $3,000. I don't know exactly how much it is. It's over $3,000.
Mm-hmm.
But my personal opinion, you get a better training at a community college.
Gotcha. Very good. Thank you so much for chiming in, Icebreaker. Have a great weekend. Be safe out there. Charles says, whoa, yeah, I thought you were reading my ideas from my emails on the air, when I realized that wasn't mine. It was somebody else. Well, great minds think alike. I don't know if you know that I sent that idea to have a monitor behind you and stuff that you could do back on the second or third day after you went on. I actually sent a lot of ideas for the studio and other stuff. I sent you a few too, but you must have discussed the monitor on the air. So I'm just waiting for the improvements, because I know they're going to be coming. Yes, Charles, I saw your recommendation about that. And I know, I think Kyle told me you sent him a whole boatload of ideas and whatnot, trying to help out there. So, yes, if all goes as planned, I guess you'd say, depending on what Mother Nature throws our way, the monitor should be up maybe the middle or latter portions of next week. That's what we've got on the agenda, so hang in there for that. Then James says, where is that big moose from? Is he from the local southern Ohio area? I really enjoy his calls with his experience and his wisdom, so to speak. I'd just like to buy that man a drink. Have a great morning. Have a great weekend. All right, James, I do believe, I think he is. You're from somewhere in southern Ohio. I'm not actually certain where that would be. All right, before we get our time out here, as we close out another, I'm going to grab Gator because I know you've been hanging in there a few minutes. What's going on, Gator?
Hey, Steve, what's going on, buddy?
How you been? Haven't heard from you in a while. I know you don't get the chance to call in like you used to, but yeah, doing well. How about you?
Yeah, well, I'm doing good, man. They kind of clipped our wings a little bit, so I'm out a little later than what I used to. But Steve, that guy was talking about that community college. Just look, the county I live in here, they've got a truck driving school here, and there's a lot of he could check on grants too, because the trucking industry is in pretty dire need of drivers, and I think the community college would be a good way to go. I know the guy that runs it here is, he's an ex-truck driver, and that's what he does, and he trains these guys pretty good, and yeah, I think that would be a better route to go than to pay $5,000 or $6,000 to one of these schools, because a lot of times these schools too, they'll set you up with a company, and then you can go to work for that company and probably make not a whole bunch of money, but it pays for your school too. They do that. But I think the community college would be a much better way to go.
Okay. I think everybody's on the same page there then.
And yeah, Steve too, man, I hated that AOC, got traumatized by all them mean old Trump supporters, man.
Yeah.
When I heard the interview, Steve, and it was pitiful, man. I thought she was going to cry. I'm sitting there thinking to myself, and I didn't know anything at all till you said that earlier, that she wasn't even nowhere around that.
Playing on the heartstrings, playing the games again. Just whatever it takes to make Trump and his supporters look like evil people.
Yeah, well, we are evil people, Steve. We've got guns and ammunition, and we want to do things right for America. And it's just I don't know. Yeah, Steve, I went out and bought a new Kia. It's a Forte, and of course, it's not American made. I think they are actually made in America. But the reason I bought it, Steve, because it gets 42 miles a gallon. I figured it'd cost me a lot less drive that than drive my pickup truck that only gets about 20 miles to the gallon. Be a lot easier on the pocket when the gas goes up to $5 a gallon. This pipeline, Steve. And if you look at it, you know who owns the rail system, Steve, that hauls all that oil from Canada down to the Gulf of Mexico?
It's a rich guy. What's it, the Berkshire Hathaway guy? Is that him?
Yep, Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett. Yep.
And he was going to lose millions and millions of dollars, Steve. Now, Steve, how can a pipeline that very seldomly do they leak, Steve? The Alaska pipeline's been there for a long, long time, and it hasn't hurt the environment. How can that be saving energy, Steve, when they're still going to pump that oil, and they're still going to ship it down to the Gulf of Mexico, whether it be by train or whether it be by truck? So I don't understand where they're going with that. And all it's going to do, it's going to make us to be more dependent on foreign oil. We're going to be right in the back pockets of the Arabs again,
Saudi Arabia, absolutely.
I don't know, Steve. So,
well,
hey,
we're
I
going,
think the
we're
first
going
guy
backwards.
you should have on your screen, Steve, is Monkey Gouger. You got to get a picture of Monkey Gouger's truck, the world famous Monkey Gouger. I think he'd be the first guy.
I want to know where the hell he is
put on that.
anyway. He called in like 2 times in the first week of the show. We haven't heard from him since. So we're on our final night for week number 4. It's been 3 weeks since we heard from him. I hope everything's okay.
Well, didn't he have a surgery or something, Steve?
He did. He had something done, and I forget what all it was. But I guess he's sleeping nights.
Yeah, he might be, Steve. I know he's been sitting for a while. I don't think. Well, no, because I seen something he posted on Facebook the other day. He was leaving Dallas, so he must be out running again.
Huh.
So I don't know. Maybe he's got his schedule all screwed up or something. Maybe he's got a cheap phone, Steve. Maybe he needs to buy a real good smartphone.
Maybe I'm on his shish kebab list or something. I don't think I've done him wrong.
Yeah. I don't know. Steve, thanks, brother, for what you do, man. You're an asset to this industry, buddy.
All right. Be safe out there. Thanks for chiming in. Great to hear from you, as always. Gator, have a good weekend. A little bit behind, about 7 past the hour, but a quick break in here, and we roll into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we jump back into our 4th hour. It's now a Friday, coast to coast, as we welcome our West Coast listeners into a Friday morning, 5th day of February. Here it is. All right, great to have you with us. Going to get back to your calls just ahead. Santa Claus chimes in about, he said, hey, here's an idea. What about the possibility of doing like a Zoom-type call-in system? Or you could have the caller projected on the monitor. That's an idea. I don't know. I guess I'd probably have my head turned the wrong direction. Guess I wouldn't have to look at the caller because I ain't looking at the callers right now. But yeah, so the audience could actually see, put a face with the voice when they call in. You know what? That's all. We'll take that under advisement. That's an idea. I don't know logistically if that could be done or not. But, hey, always good to have you tuned in there, Santa Claus. Thank you so much. All right, real quick on the COVID vaccines. A couple of stories this morning. Americans over the age of 65 are eligible for vaccines in numerous states. As you know, they're gradually rolling things out, trying to get the most vulnerable vaccinated first. But apparently trying to get them is a proverbial nightmare. Some older citizens have had to travel hundreds of miles to get their hands on a shot. And others say even getting an appointment is nigh near impossible. According to the Wall Street Journal, people in Texas are signing up on multiple lists in grocery stores and clinics, just hoping to get a slot. In the state of Nevada, they say online registration bumps the hopefuls from the county website to the state's website, and then the state's website bounces it back again to the county website. It is round and round you go. One resident of Reno said, I can figure out how to teach calculus, but I can't figure out how to get my parents vaccinated. Only about 40% of the vaccines that have been distributed around the country have been administered. And while 30 states now allow those over 65 to join the eligibility list, along with healthcare workers and first responders, the process leaving a lot of people very frustrated. In Illinois, 67-year-old Brian Harvey, who is wheelchair-bound, little luck finding an online appointment in his county. Finally, his son stepped in, working day and night to secure a vaccine for his father. Finally, snagging a slot after hitting the refresh button repeatedly. One other example, Brian Ortiz, at 65 years old, has been logging on every night at midnight trying to get his vaccine. So far, the retired high school teacher who lives in Oceanside, New York, has only been able to find available appointments hours away from his home. All right, some of the frustrations out there for the many that are anxious to actually get the vaccine. But all right, back to the calls here. I believe, is this Charlotte?
It sure is. How are you tonight, Steve?
Doing well. How about yourself, Charlotte?
I'm doing better than I was a week ago.
Okay.
You had a caller call in about the COVID-19 and talking about being 50 and this, that, and the other. I'm not 50, I'm 60. And I have underlying ailments, and over the Christmas holiday managed to get COVID. It has not been a very good trip for my husband and I because he's 73 and he also got it.
Wow.
I was taking both of us to the emergency room, and he started coughing and actually collapsed a lung. And when I got us to the emergency room, they immediately took him in and had to reinflate his lung. And they kept me for the day because my oxygen levels were low and I was diagnosed with COVID pneumonia. That is no fun to be in a hospital for 4 or 5 days in the bed next to your husband.
No doubt, yeah.
Yeah, that's, everybody's talking about these COVID vitamins and things that you can take. And yeah, maybe if you're a well person, that works or it helps anyway, but it's still no guarantee. I ended up having to go to the ER twice, once by ambulance because my oxygen level kept dropping. And even in the hospital, just before they were going to release me, they had me get up and walk down the hall and back. And halfway back, my oxygen level dropped to 87. So they immediately put me back on oxygen for another night. And that's the key thing if you do get COVID, to watch your oxygen. Because that was they even sent me home with an oxygen tester so that I can keep an eye on mine. We've been home now for about a week and a half, and they still have a home nurse come to our house and check on us. It started out twice a week. Now it's once a week. And because I have underlying ailments, my pneumonia has been kind of like hanging in there. And so I'm now on another round of antibiotics and cough syrup and don't know when I get to go back to work. Hubby, thank God, they've gotten him healthy enough. He's going back to work Monday. But for anybody out there, when they tell you test positive, watch it very closely, because with me, when I was first diagnosed, they gave me cough syrup and stuff to bring home with me. And I did that for several days. And during that period of just using cough syrup is when mine turned to pneumonia.
So they didn't put you on like any medications like hydroxychloroquine or anything like that? Just over-the-counter stuff's all they gave you? What the lady told me was that COVID is a virus and that there is no antibiotic for a virus. You have to wait it out. And that's what I had to do. A lot of people are getting antibiotics, and I don't know if it's helping them or not, but it's a virus. They wait until it becomes a bacterial infection to fight it with an antibiotic. I was, however, lucky enough in the hospital to get 3 rounds of, what is it called, remdesivir, which is the same thing that they gave President Trump. Correct.
And they said the average person gets 5 rounds. I was there long enough to get 3 rounds of it, which is in an IV, and it takes about an hour to run through and into your system. But yeah, lots of breathing treatments. I don't typically have a problem with my lungs. My immune system's weak because I'm in remission from having leukemia. So if you have a weakened immune system, everybody, please be careful. It's no fun.
Well, Charlotte, I'm glad you were able to pull through at this point. I mean, now you just kind of wonder what kind of what are the long-term, impacts in the coming days and years. And, researchers don't know that yet. Some are saying, you may have lifetime issues, things that could crop up many, many years later down the line. But all right, thanks for sharing your story there, Charlotte. No fun. All right, who's next up here? I believe it says Curly, I believe it is. Would that be correct, Curly?
Yes. How you doing, Steve?
Doing great. Happy Friday. What's happening?
Oh, just calling and listening to Big Moose there about the new drivers. I understand and totally what he's talking about. I drive LTL. I've been back in it for like 5 years. Long time ago, I ran buckets locally. Then I got a good job at GM in an engineering garage, used my mind. And then GM closes up, so I found it was time to reinvent myself. So I went back to what I liked doing, was driving, like I said, 5 years ago. And I like listening to Big Moose and Monkey Gouger and all them stories about the good old days driving.
Oh, yeah.
But, we went to the driving course where I went through LTL, and Iceberger pretty much summed it all up. We go through training, and there are some people that come through there that shouldn't be behind the wheel, but some of us try to do our best.
Well, that's all you can do. But give it your all, and the best you can do.
Yeah, I'm actually making 2.5 times the money I am now than when I had the really good job. So I really like the driving. But like I said, got my CB and slowed down in bad weather and all that. And some of these other people, they just go flying like they're invincible.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, hey, thanks for listening in there, Curly. You're a first-time caller, right?
Yes, first time, long time. I listened to the other company, the other station, a long time, but we don't listen to them anymore.
Well, I'm just thinking, seeing as it's Friday and we're gonna be in a good mood on Fridays, I'm gonna take your number down. You heard me talking earlier about our first-time callers and whatnot. I'm gonna give away another $60.
Yes.
I'm going to give away another one of those $60 gift certificates. How's that sound to you?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, I was just jotting your number down here. So, yeah, we'll send you a text message, Curly, at the number you called on, okay?
All righty. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
So everybody said hey, and thanks.
Pass the word around. Thank you so much. All right, have a great weekend. There you go. Curly. 23 past the hour. You want to say good morning to who? You want to say good morning to Succubus?
It's a Chevy guy, and I'm just wanting to pass on a message to, Succubus. Him and I had a disagreement, I guess. I told my sister not to use her engine brake. We was talking to her. I was talking her through her first. She just got out of truck driving school, and talking to her through her first blizzard. And I heard the engine brake just racking in, and then she told me that it was snow covered and there were just barely few tracks on the roadway she was staying in. So I told her that she could cut that off. Now, old Succubus says, "Oh, I run that all the time." And I'm not arguing or attacking him in any way, but it's fact that when that engine brake locks up, it's your drive wheels right behind the driver is what pushes you down the road. And when that engine brake comes on, and that's what you got, one wheel pulling you back, and it can cause you to jackknife.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my story, and here's what happened that Mr. Succubus needs to pay attention to. I was coming in at about mid-90s. I was coming across in a Superdog, Shavers Mountain outside of Elkins, West Virginia, 2-lane. And followed my buddy who was pulling a van. I was pulling a spread axle flat. I had 4 12s on the back, I think 4 10s in the middle, and 3 8s in the nose. So most of my weight was sitting in the back. And as soon as he topped over Schaefer's Mountain, he hollered back and said, 57 Chevy, don't come down. It's black ice. Well, it's too late. I just took my foot off the accelerator and had it in gear,
and you could hear the drivetrain going clink, clink, clink. And it was black ice. There was nothing I could do. It just kept gaining speed. Wasn't going to take it out of gear, but I was already going faster than upshift, and I wasn't going to upshift. I grabbed the trailer brake and screwed, nothing. And then I come around, I just made it around a very slight curve, and there was a tanker crawling up in the plowed snow, trying to get up the hill. I just got past him. My buddy had jackknifed. His trailer was on my side of the road, dragging him down. He had gotten over into the snowbank on the left side, and he was right there. And the only thing I could do is what I did. And I decided to turn it into the snowbank and bring it to a stop.
Mm-hmm.
And last I remembered about that is the snow on that Super Dog hood was going straight up in the air. I dove down in between the seats because I didn't know where that lumber was going to go. Everything was fine. It was a $1,300 tow bill. Well, I'm sitting in the safety man's office, and he said, "Well, you should have hit our driver. You've been better off."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "If I'd have hit our fellow driver, you know what you're talking about? This is the safety man. If I would have hit our fellow driver, I could have hit that truck, shoved him over that snowbank, over the guardrail, and 3 miles down that mountainside." I said, "I could have killed a driver. You telling me that $1,300 tow bill is what it is?" But you want to know what I didn't get it. I mean, the state trooper that showed up was having a hard time standing up on the black ice. I went and rode up. There was nobody, no ticket, nothing. But ATA said it was preventable, and there's only one reason why they said it was preventable. And I'll be honest with you, I don't run Jake brakes on ice in wintertime. I don't, unless I know I got dry road. But I was trying to stop that rig in any way I could, and I possibly did flip that switch on. But my Jake brake was on. The switch was on. All right? Now, that's how come the company wrote it up in the ATA report as a preventable. And now that truck you're driving now is automatic transmission. They got everything's recorded. They're going to know that you have your engine brake on, cruise control, driving on that bad road condition. So I'm just saying, you might want to think twice, because if you have that engine brake on, even though, like I said, I steered that truck off the road into the ditch. I mean, it was like an 8% grade. I mean, and thank God, because when it did come to the front bumper of the truck and to the back bumper of the truck, there was 2 big ravines on these gouges with drains. And the good Lord stopped me right there in the middle of that. And I didn't hit, and our driver, now his tractor stayed in the snow on the left, and his trailer stayed on the snow on the right until he got down the mountain a good bit, and he got a grip on the road because out of the black ice. So with the new drivers, they never told. They come through truck driving school. My sister and my brother-in-law, within 6 months, was by themselves driving a truck. So none of them had been told that. They did turn around and call the truck driving school they were at and say, "Oh yeah, that's the engine brake and cruise control is fair weather only." So, but listen, Succubus, I enjoy your calls. I love that Arkansas attitude. You know, I'm only doing this 42 years, so I don't know much.
Yeah.
But we're gonna sit back in a rocking chair now that we got run our bright lights on Succubus. I know he's gonna get in behind me and let me know his lights are brighter.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much there, Chevy Guy. Have a good weekend. Fun stuff. All right. Well, let's see. Canada says no cruises there. Now, this is until 2023, by which point in time, a lot of people are really going to be jonesing to go on a cruise. I don't think most of us could afford this one, though. Princess Cruises announcing a new 2023 World Cruise round-trip itinerary from North America, visiting 50 destinations across 31 countries and 6 continents. I mean, you're sailing the world. Africa, Asia, Australia, Europe, South America, and North America. It is a 111-day itinerary departing Fort Lauderdale, January 5th of 2023, and from Los Angeles on January 19, 2023. That'll be a 97-day voyage aboard the Island Princess. Okay. According to the press release, some of the noteworthy destinations include French Polynesia, New Zealand, Australia, Thailand, Israel, Greece, Croatia, Italy, Spain, Panama, Costa Rica, and more. Also, the itinerary will feature a maiden port of call, Gytheon, Greece, known as the Port for Ancient Sparta. They'll also have overnight visits, one to Dubai and one to Venice. Tickets go on sale in 5 days, February the 10th. Starting price, $19,199 per person. And for anyone who's ever cruised before, you know the starting price is going to mean an inside cabin. Yeah, probably lower on the ship. Let's see. If you book before August 31 of this year, you'll be able to receive some early booking perks on board. Free drinks, unlimited Wi-Fi, gratuities included, paid for airfare for guests traveling from the U.S. and Canada, and an onboard credit for some specialty dining. Captain Circle members can also enjoy an extra $1,000 in savings per guest on their cruise fare for the first 2 guests. Well, all righty, big buck cruises. Who all can take a 111-day vacation, though? I don't think Chris would be too fond to let me out of here for 111 days to go cruising around the world. Well, second of all, I couldn't afford to take the damn thing unless somebody paid for it for me. So sounds like a fun time, right? We'll return after this quick timeout. You know, it's almost time to reset the phones. I got less than 20 minutes left, so I know we got Philip, Gail's on the line, and the Beaver Squeezer. Yeah, why don't you guys dial me back up here so we can get to do the reset thing before you get cut off.
We are sorry, but
See, that's what happens when you turn off the phones. But when we come back, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Alrighty. There we are live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios on a Friday morning. As it looks like everybody else dialed us back. I don't see Gail on the screen unless I didn't detect her name. I know Gail was a first-time caller. I think she might have been calling in to maybe try some Hot Shot Secret product. All right, give us a ring back, Gail, if you get an opportunity. Hey, by the way, if you want to support the program, if you want to give a big thank you to Chris Gabrelchik and the crew there, that there's a lot of people working hard behind the scenes to get us where we are today, and so much more to come. But I think a lot of people are always say thanks to Hot Shot Secrets, because it's good to have you back with us during the overnight hours. And yeah, it's good to be here. Go to hotshotsecret.com, and if you want to order some product, use the coupon code Overnight Drive. That way they know that if you're using that coupon code, you're ordering because you heard about it on the program. So that's one thing you can do. That gets you 10% off, by the way. 10% off your entire order. Just Overnight Drive and the coupon code. And if you are a first responder, police, fire, what they call first responders, if you're a CDL holder, you can get an additional 10% off. Veterans, active duty veterans, and first responders. So take advantage of that, and let them know how much you appreciate their supporting the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. All right, let's get back to our callers here, and who's next up? I guess old Horse Feathers has been on the line and off the line a few times. Well, you've been in and out of the truck all night, or what?
Yeah. I've had short in between this and that, and tried to stop for fuel at the 7-Eleven I normally stop at there. They're part of my discount fuel card program there, and I get in there, and Knock Poo tells me, machine broken, no use card tonight. I'm like, goes, use other card? I'm like, well, not unless you're going to charge me $2.40 a gallon. No, $2.59 diesel.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, no, a discount card, $2.40. It's like, no work. I'm like, well, no buy, no sale.
No sale.
So then I had to go somewhere else to get fuel. So, anyways, that's all well and beyond, but it's all part of being a truck driver out here. You talk. The Big Moose was talking about there what you got to do to be a truck driver, and sometimes you got to get out there and pull up your big boy pants there and do what's got to be done, right?
Yes, sir.
So, anyways, there, I'm trying to figure out the types of people that might feel discriminated against from Big Moose there, to think that he was saying that they shouldn't be truck drivers. I came up with a small list, but I think for the better part of things that, even though, I haven't said, the whole deal here on this Hot Shot Secret thing since you got started, I haven't put out my disclaimer, have I? It used to have one there for the other place there that, it's, if I'm not prejudiced, that I hate everybody equally, and that, if I haven't offended you, or if I have offended you, then, I'm not sorry. And if I haven't offended you, I will definitely be able to do that in the near future. And any of my comments are no reflection of Steve Summers' Overnight Drive or Hot Shot Secret.
Right.
Is that always a good thing? That's a good thing to be putting out there, right? So that all the liability and legality and all that goes back to me there, right?
Not necessarily, but I think we're okay there, Horse Feathers. All right.
All right. So anyways, there. You don't think that Monkey Gouger? You don't think he switched over to them guys that have the pink eye, do you? He wouldn't trade from you to those pink eye guys, right? I would think so.
I'm clicking over. I got a message here a few minutes ago. Someone said he's still off for another week. Monkey Gouger still off for another week. So, yeah, I guess he's there at the what's it called? The Marina Del Rey.
The Marina Del Rey. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So anyways, if I was kind of calling in there to begin with, there we were talking about guns there earlier. Now, how could that person misuse a weapon like that? You're not supposed to use a weapon like that as a hammer. If you have a live round in the chamber, just tell the guy to sit back a little bit and just shoot the window out, right? Wouldn't that been a whole lot easier?
Seems like that would have worked.
If the weapon's going to discharge anyways, instead of banging it on the glass, just shoot the window out. It's been a whole lot easier. And I'm right in line there with Red Mule and who was the other one there that kind of said it, kind of agreed with Red Mule. But I'm with them with the brokers. It's a negotiation business, and if they offer you a load at a price and you don't like it, you tell them no. And if the load's still there, if it's got to go at 6 o'clock tonight, and you call them at 4 o'clock or if you call them at noontime, and they offer you a price to do it, you don't like it, you tell them no. And that load's still there at 5:30, and you're in the area to do it. You call them back and you ask them, do you want to move that load?
Mm-hmm.
And they'll say, yeah, we want to move it. And they say, how much? And they tell you the same first price. And you say, no, but I'm sitting here ready to do it. So if you want to do it, here's my price, take it or leave it. And, you can actually push their prices up, because if they were offering you, say, just rough numbers, say $1,000 to do that load, and you're sitting there and they have to have it moved at 6 o'clock, and you're sitting somewhere at 5:30 that you can actually be there to move it at 6 o'clock. And you can actually tell them, I'll do it for $1,200 now, because you didn't want to give me a good price earlier. Now I'll do it for $1,200, and actually make them come up on their price and lose some of their profit.
Mm-hmm.
But if if everybody knows all the prices right in the beginning, I don't know if all the negotiation will work. It'll just be everybody's got a set rate. But I know a lot of people that when they're dealing with brokers, if nobody takes the load cheap, they'll let them set right there until the end, and they'll have to move the load, and then they'll actually have to pay more than what they wanted to for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, but anyways, it's a tough racket, Nat, and I don't know. I'm glad I haven't had to do a whole lot of it, but my deal I got going now, is I got pretty much guaranteed freight to haul all the time it's cold and half the time it's warm. So I can't argue with that. But anyways, anyways, if you get that big screen TV going there behind that big I guess we should call it a monitor, not a TV.
Correct.
Are you gonna get a hold of one of them discs there and have some guy in a Santa Claus costume doing dance off, pants off there behind you?
I don't think the audience would be ready for that, Horse Feathers. Lord, I apologize.
I did end up seeing that. That was that Fuse you're talking about. That was that Fuse
TV,
channel.
Fuse.net or something. Yeah.
And I did end up one of the middle of the night type things, switching through channels, and came across that. And would you believe that the one or two times I came across that, I actually did see Cool Breeze doing that. So I didn't see it live. I saw it Memorex.
Yep.
But it's like that's one of them things like Spaceman in his Budweiser swimsuit. There, you just can't unsee there.
Exactly. It's embedded in your brain forever, for eternity. It's never going away.
Yeah, the best part of the whole thing was the sunglasses, though. So, but anyways, beside the point. I don't know. I guess I'm about 20 miles north of Richmond at this point with everything I've gotten myself into tonight, and we got some rain showers here. Got the wipers on, squeegeeing water off the glass, and I don't think it's going to amount to a whole lot. They were talking a small storm for today. And so what's this deal you're talking on Sunday now? A definite possibility of a maybe, if it probably could happen, but we're not sure if it will, or how much or what will happen if it does do it, but we're not sure if it will, but maybe not. And
it sounds more likely and it sounds more likely that it's not going to happen. So yeah, you nailed that one. Yeah, right. All right, Horse Feathers, have a great weekend. Good to have you with us. It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, that's pretty much the way they broke it down. Well, we don't think it's going to happen. It's not out of the question. It's not 0%. It could happen, but I don't think it's going to happen. We'll just have to wait and see. What else do we have on the list? Oh, yeah, we're on the lookout for a stolen vehicle with $10,000 worth of COVID vaccine in it. Florida police issuing a nationwide alert after a car stolen containing $10,000 of COVID vaccine. Authorities say the car is a 2018 gray Hyundai Accent with a Florida license plate. N as in Nancy, P as in Paul, JJ58. It was stolen from Plant City, there near Tampa, from a parking lot near a vaccine distribution center. There were 30 vials of vaccine in the car that were properly refrigerated at the time they were stolen. It's not clear whether the person who stole the car had any idea that the vaccine vials were actually in the car. According to the police report, the keys had been left in the ignition. Surveillance video was released of a person of interest whom authorities described as a male in his early 20s with long hair. Crime Stoppers Tampa Bay offering a reward up to $5,000 for information on the suspect. But yeah, look for that 2018 gray Hyundai Accent. Anyone with information about the case, I guess, call local law enforcement or wherever you might spot it there. But okay, with that, looking at about, we're at 10 before the hour, and we got a Friday here. Back to the calls, and I'm not sure who it actually is. Says something about this seat for $10. So having no idea who that would be, who we got on the line, you should have heard the big beep. Well, or not.
Cisco Kid?
Would that be you? Whoever it is, it's you, yes.
Hello?
Yep, we got. Did you say Cisco Kid?
Yes.
Okay. Well, my screen says this seat for $10, so that's what it interpreted that is. What's going on, Cisco Kid?
First time caller. Normally can't call in because got a camera that faces me, but I'm in my personal car now.
Uh-huh.
So thought I'd give you a shout.
Okay.
Like Hot Shot Secrets products. Like to give a shout out to a few other of your products, sponsors, Air Dog and Fire Pump Diesel. I've got a bunch of buddies that run pulling trucks and they use their products. Also, just real good products.
Uh-huh. Well, good deal. So I guess you're chiming in. Where'd you find out about a Cisco Kid? You someone local? Or you find us on YouTube or?
I've always listened to you back on the old station. Also, just never really could call in because, like I say, the truck's got a camera in it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I got your number here. Is this like a cell number you got? Because you can receive text on this number.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that'll work. I got your number here, Cisco Kid. Thank you for checking in.
All right.
We'll get you a code, all right? Yeah, that's kind of enticing. I don't know. He didn't give me a number, but all right. Again, it's 844-844-3388. Got a handful of industry headlines over here that I have not even got around to yet, so let's take care of a few of these. First, from the land down under, Sylvester. Of course, he's not driving truck now. But truck drivers who lose control at the bottom of a freeway in Australia are expected to crash into the back of this specially designed truck for the duration of this big construction project they have going on. The Southeastern Freeway is going to be under construction for resurfacing starting this Sunday, which they tell us will close the runaway truck ramps. And due to this, the Transport Department is setting up a special truck that's outfitted with a shock absorber kind of system as a replacement for the ramps. It is basically a rigid truck with a massive rear fender with a huge shock absorber system built into it, who, according to the head of the South Australian Road Transport Association, says it can withstand the impact of a fully loaded semi-trailer going at 100 kilometers per hour. It will stop that truck. Now, while the device is structurally sound, officials say the tricky thing in this is going to be getting drivers. Now, if a truck driver actually loses his brakes, becomes a runaway truck, can we convince them to actually slam into this device versus slamming into another car or truck? Because it goes against everything you've ever thought of. You don't want to smash into a stationary object. It's very innovative, they say, but it's a very mentally challenging approach. It has been used elsewhere in the country and on some roadways with lower speed events to protect the road workers, but the point we've made is it's counterintuitive for a truck driver and our human behavior to get a truck driver to understand, I've got a fully loaded semi here, and if I crash into this thing, I'm probably going to die. Would you actually be able to intentionally crash your truck into this stationary device if your brakes failed because the runaway ramps are closed? That would be a pretty difficult decision to make, but so they say it works. All right. And one other as we make our way down the home stretch for another hour here. Final hour is on the horizon. A semi-truck abandoned at a truck stop in Pennsylvania inspired concerned truckers to check up on the welfare of the driver, and it actually sent them on a serious hunt for answers. CDL Life app member and truck driver Chaplain Screech came across a semi-truck that had been clearly abandoned for several days, and he took to the app to try to help investigate after a failed attempt at contacting the company. He posted, "Hey, Warner driver, somebody please help me check on this driver and truck. It's a little out of the ordinary. I knocked, nobody answered. Obviously, no one's been in or out of it for a couple of days." Now, this is because there had been the big snowstorm there in Pennsylvania, and you can see from the photos this parking lot, this lot, big lot, all the other trucks, everything's been cleared with the exception of, right there as close as the plows could get all the way around this semi. And the hood of the truck, snow was piled up almost, above windshield level. Now, I said, I tried to call Warner and have been hung up on, or transferred and disconnected several times. Just want to make sure that we don't have a dead driver in there, God forbid. All right, so, and he posted the time and everything. If you find something out, please let me know. They went on to post the truck and trailer number for the truck. Well, that post drew concern from some fellow drivers who suggested anything from, well, let's contact local police to maybe get in touch with other Werner drivers that they used to know. Call the local police for a welfare check, suggested one commenter. But he said, it's very good that you're taking time to follow this up. I mean, it's not old equipment, said another driver. Another mama bear says, I can call my Werner contact, old friend, and find out maybe for you. The post stayed quiet for most of the rest of the day. When Screech reached out to some personal friends at Werner, the following morning he edited the post with an update, and it's better news than you might have expected. At approximately 2,200 hours, I was notified by Werner, as well as another Werner driver who saw the post. This particular driver is on emergency medical leave. They are aware of where the truck is parked. Now, Screech went on to say that's a good ending, right? But for those of you whose first thought was to call the local cops, his suggestion is never do that for something like this. It was very easy to find the company contact information and use outside-the-box communication methods to find out what's going on. This was not a 911 emergency situation that did not require police involvement at that point. And I went on to say, had I called for a wellness check, this particular driver, whenever they did return to their truck, would most likely have been coming back to a truck with a busted-out window, potentially weather damage to the truck, and in all likelihood, any personal belongings would have been gone out of the truck. That would have sucked. Now, good looking out. I try to do the same, said another driver. Another said, thanks for looking out for other drivers. Definitely old school respect, looking out for one another. And we're just glad this unknown trucker is okay. Hope for a speedy recovery. So there you go. Well, good job looking out for one another. I hadn't really thought about it. I know from time to time they do those wellness checks. Yeah, and if law enforcement comes out and there is no response, I guess their only option is to bust out the window to see if they can. Sometimes we know that drivers oftentimes do pass away in the sleeper berth. It happens more often than you might realize. I remember a conversation with Tom Litkus several years ago when he was like the number 2 guy in charge at Travel Centers of America. And Tom was telling me that nary a week goes by, because he said, I'm on the list if something like this occurs. Someone perishes at one of their facilities, TA Petro stopping centers around the country. He's on the list that gets the call. where it's at and all that kind of stuff. And he said it's almost like once a week that they get a call like that, where a driver has perished in the sleeper cab of in one of their facilities. I thought, wow, it's a lot more than I would have ever guessed. All right, we'll head into our final hour. Just ahead, it is 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's us. Back for our final hour on a Friday morning. Great to have you with us. And we'll get back to your calls ahead, and it's, as always, 844-844-3388. I got an email here just a few minutes ago from Larry Stone. Larry checks in from time to time, and typically in this final hour. But he said, morning, Steve. I haven't been able to find the gas additive in the retail stores. That'd be like the gasoline extreme via Hot Shot Secret. So I went online this morning, and I used your code, Overnight Drive, for my first order. I got the gas and oil additive. All right. Thank you so much, Larry. That's helping to support our sponsors, support the show. And Larry, I had actually printed out your little email from this past day. First of all, we had your Motivational Friday, or Inspirational Friday, is the term he used. And I'm pulling that up as we speak. First of all, that would be today. Inspirational Friday, February the 5th. Who's your pick for the Super Bowl? Got the picture of Tampa Bay, Kansas City, Brady and Mahomes. Experience or youth? Skill or desire? Most of the country will be focused or share some interest about this game. We, the people, compete to be first. We are challenged to be number one. I believe these two players share a mutual respect. I think both teams and their coaches share a mutual respect. Now, can the fans share a mutual respect? I guess that's a fair question to ask there, Larry. Then, of course, Larry's all about safety. I've explained, he's told us over the years. He's the guy that, I don't know how many years ago that's been, that kind of created the slow down to get around campaign. In Cincinnati, of course, you see that on all of the Rumpke waste and recycling trucks. And he's presented that message. Anytime there's, whether it's a garbage truck or a delivery truck, a box truck, or a big rig. Sometimes the big rig has to park in the middle center lane to stop and get something to eat or whatever. Anytime a UPS driver, a FedEx driver, anytime a vehicle is on the side of the road, please be courteous and slow down to get around. That's what the message was always about, because someone is driving that truck and they may step out from the front or the back side of that vehicle. And if you're not paying attention and hauling ass through there, you're liable to kill them. That's the message, slow down to get around. Well, this week, as we head into Super Bowl weekend, something else that he's been doing for about 15 years. And it's what they call Safety Monday after the Super Bowl. And I guess this is kind of spreading elsewhere around the country, because this is from the NWRA. This week's Safety Monday, presented by the Ecotech Waste Logistics, is different than our typical weekly newsletter. The Super Bowl ticket was developed by safety professional Larry Stone and has slowly expanded as people heard about it. We want the industry to think about making the Monday after the Super Bowl safe and think about celebrating the game responsible. Larry says, of course, Larry's now the Safety and Human Resources Manager for Ecotech Waste Logistics. Safety Monday, he says, is a free weekly newsletter from the National Waste and Recycling Association. It's available to anyone who requests it. It's often used by safety professionals and supervisors during their meetings to provide some important reminders to their employees. Obviously, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Safety Monday e-newsletter has provided resources to reduce the spread of the illness, as well as usual reminders about safe driving, collection practices, and staying healthy. But we are pleased to provide the industry-renowned safety resource to anyone for free. That according to NWRA President and CEO Daryl Smith. Safety information should be shared, not pushed behind a firewall or be marketed as a benefit to an association's membership. We want to help the entire industry to be safer. That's why they offer this pretty much to anyone, everyone, absolutely free of charge. So, I know, the whole Safety Monday thing is. And I'm trying to remember. I think Wayne Carucci, I could swear Wayne was one of our friends with Gateway Distribution, who doesn't spend a whole lot of time. He's essentially retired to Florida now, but back in the day, he would be out there on a Monday morning, say after the Super Bowl, to meeting the drivers as they show up to get their loads underway for the new week. And it was all about, wanting to make sure, hey, let's all be aware, some of our drivers may have had a big party last night. And that big party may have lasted well into the late night hours. So, sometimes, bowl games, they go to 11, midnight. And the after party may go till 1 or 2 in the morning. Our idea is to make sure our drivers are ready to get back in that truck and get on the road. Because if you drank 24 beers between 6 o'clock and midnight, you're not going to be ready to start driving at 6 o'clock in the morning, and those kind of things happen with big Super Bowl parties. So Safety Monday, it's all about, getting through the new week after the big game safely. There you go. What's going on this morning, Demon?
Another day in paradise.
There you go.
Sitting out here in Wyoming, and I-80 is closed down at Rock Springs, going east.
Oh, yeah?
Looks like it's pretty much closed down between Cheyenne and here. Roads were clear when I got off, so I'm not sure if it's... I looked at the 511 information, and I'm not sure if it's blowing snow that's caused, issues. I'm not sure what's going on. They said that was at 11 o'clock last night, and they're saying 9 to 11 hours expected to be closed.
Wow.
Yeah. So...
I'm looking at.
We're making it Denver today. I don't think.
I don't see much of anything. I'm looking at the radar. There's nothing really. A few spotty snow showers, but nothing to write home about.
Yeah, it's just flurries where I'm at. Was blowing snow. The wind's blowing, but it's not big flakes or nothing. Like I said, the roads were dry when I jumped off here at the 104, and come over and park. They got an event center you can park at over here.
Okay.
So anybody coming east, you can get off and go to the event center. Just follow the signs for it. There's a couple truck stops there, but you won't get in those. But I don't know. I'm supposed to be in Denver by this afternoon. I don't think that's going to happen now.
Uh-oh.
But yeah.
Are you going to get penalized? What happens in that case? They're going to blame. You say, hey, get that load there, driver. Come on, move on. So, well, I can't go when the road's closed, right?
Yeah, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing they can do. I had awesome weather from Utah and up here into Oregon and in Seattle and all the way back across. But you was talking about the cruises a while ago. That's going to affect all the cruises going to Alaska and everything, because when the cruise ships leave, they've got usually Alaska cruises leave either out of Seattle or Vancouver, but when they go to Alaska out of Seattle, they can go up and do everything they want up there in Alaska and everything, but they've got to make that one stop in a foreign country. It's just like going to Hawaii. You can leave San Diego or Long Beach or whatever, go to Hawaii, it's got to make that stop in Ensenada, Mexico. That's the law. When they leave, they've got to make the one stop in another country. They can't just go out and do Hawaii and come straight back.
Okay.
So that's going to affect all the Alaska cruises. But there was something else on there. I didn't see all of it, but they're putting out guidelines, and it's ridiculous. The things they're looking at making you do on a cruise. I don't know if it's going to be worth going on another cruise or not.
Okay. How about
as long as all this is going on?
How about the 111 day on the Princess Cruise Line? How's that sound?
I ain't got $50,000.
Okay. See, right? You need a. I don't know. I mean, we've been on some of those longer. I mean, we've never done the 2-week thing, but I mean, even the 9 days, 8 nights, and a lot of time, most of us are like, I think I'm ready to get home, get back to norm for a while. It's
after 8 days, usually I'm ready to get out the boat.
Is it ready to get off the boat, or is that the point when we realize our damn bank account's empty and we've lost all our money in the casino? I don't know which is the bigger contributor.
Well, the one year they ran out of Miller Lite, so I was ready to get off the boat.
I remember that. Yeah.
What was that? Was that our second year? First or second year, wasn't it? Ran out of Miller Lite. We was all ready to get off the boat, but I don't know. Like I said, they're talking about, just the crazy things they're going to make you do. You're going to have an appointment taken. What was it? Appointment to get to the pool. You had to sign up to do everything. That way there wasn't a bunch of people in one area.
Right.
On the ship. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. And, of course, they're not going to pack the dining rooms like they were, but they're not going to have the ships at full capacity either.
Yeah.
Don't look like, but
I mean, what are they going to do with like the big round 10-person tables? Are going to have like five per table or something? Every other seat kind of thing, or?
I don't have any idea. I think I don't know, but we'll just have to wait and see. I don't know. Like I said, they said New Zealand's not going to let anybody in for the next year, which we didn't have a stop in New Zealand on our cruise anyway. But so we'll just have to see what happens. But I don't think there'll be many cruises this year. I don't think they're going to get it off the ground. But anyway.
Well, when Granny called the other night, we actually heard from Granny, and she said maybe we can just do something here in the lower 48. Like I don't know, pick a vacation destination. Myrtle Beach was our favorite place for years, but we haven't been there in a while. And if what I hear is correct, it's kind of gone where once the sun goes down, you really got to be careful in Myrtle Beach. A lot of crime and whatnot. So I don't know. Right. Maybe head down to Mark and Kathy's place there in Tampa or something, right?
No, she got too excited for me. I've seen that video of her out there.
Crazy.
But now Jay went down to Myrtle Beach here last weekend, but they just went down to relax. Of course, going to January, it's still cold down there. But even Dan said you don't want to do anything after dark here in Myrtle Beach.
Is that right?
But I know a lot of people are doing all inclusives, but you got to have the COVID test. And I was talking to Lisa at Crown here a month or so ago, and in order to fly, you got to have a COVID test in 72 hours. And she had one couple that was going to Aruba that they didn't get their test back in time, and she was trying to figure out what they was going to do. But I mean, the all-inclusives would be, an idea.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know about a whole group of us going down. If you could take and get it all together logistics-wise, and like I said, with the COVID test,
we ain't going to be cramming 20 people in a 15-passenger van to make a 20-mile drive to the beach, are we?
No, that won't happen again anyway.
That was a blast, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. But, yeah, we'll just have to wait it out and see what happens. I guess they're planning on having a full season of baseball, what it looks like. Like I said the other day, 162 games, and we don't know what kind of crowds or anything like that, but they're talking about having spring training starting up, and the regular season,
full season. Okay.
But I think they've talked about they're going to have the different divisions still. I think is what they said, or possibility, but I don't think they finalized everything yet. Cardinals are trying to build a team. I think they're planning on contending this year.
Uh-oh.
They got that kid from Colorado put on third base. That Arenado. But I ain't heard what the Reds have been doing. Are they even got a team left this year?
Since I'm not there anymore, I don't get to hear any of that news.
True,
you know what I mean? I used to get all the latest on
that's
that.
Me. That's me. I don't hear anything about the Reds at all anymore, really. But oh well. Was it you talking the other night about the cases that of COVID have gone down like 40% though?
That was me. Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know if I was listening or not. I didn't know if I was asleep and just half awake. Isn't that kind of amazing? After January 20th, all of a sudden the cases are down 40% though.
Yeah, hospitalizations down like 33%. Yeah, and in the health department, health officials say we're perplexed. We're not sure what's causing this. I don't know. We know it's not the vaccine because 8% of the population's had one shot and that's it. So it's not the vaccine. So.
Right. Seems odd to me, but but anyway. Well, I'll let you go. You're doing a good job and enjoying it, but I don't get to stay up all night all the time, and hopefully we can get it on a regular radio station. And I'd come across there was that while ago and no signal at all. So I missed a good little bit of it.
Oh, you mean like on the cell? Okay, no cell system. I got you.
Yeah, about 180 mile of 2-lane highway coming across there, and like I said, not much signal across there.
Wow.
That's the only thing bad about where I run out here. A lot of times I have no signal. But anyway.
Well, all righty.
Well, I won't be watching the Super Bowl because I don't care about either one of the teams. But I may still drink some beer if I get home.
Okay. See, I know you live in Kansas, but you're still a 49ers fan, right? You could care less about the Chiefs.
Yep. I could care less about the Chiefs. But
all right. Well, hey,
Steve, y'all have a good.
Thank you much. You do the same. Have a good weekend. Thanks for checking in there, old demon. All right. So, what's her name? Marjorie Taylor Greene, the freshman Congress member from Georgia, and of course, she was an adamant supporter of Donald Trump. She, much like Mike Lindell with My Pillow, was. Speaking her piece about fraud in the election. Was the election potentially stolen? Those sort of things. So you have to make life miserable for her. A fiercely divided House tossing her off of both of her committees yesterday. An unprecedented punishment the Democrats said she earned because she's spreading hateful, violent conspiracy theories. Somebody remind me what I heard for 4 damn years out of the Democrats. Somebody go through the archives of Adam Schiff and Jerry Nadler, and what kind of hateful, violent conspiracy theories were they telling about Russian collusion? Adam Schiff, how many times did he say, we have the evidence, we've got the documents, we can prove? Liar. You're a liar. It was all a hoax. Now we can underscore the political they called it inflammatory commentary. Nearly all Republicans voted against the Democrat move, but none really defended her history of, I guess she has been posting some rather outrageous social media posts. But in a riveting moment, the freshman Republican from the deep red corner of Georgia took to the floor on her own behalf, and she offered kind of a mix, they say, of backpedaling and finger-pointing as she wore a mask emblazoned with the words, "Free Speech." The near party line vote, 230 to 199. Just the latest instance of these conspiracy theories becoming political battlefields. Something we saw doing more and more during Trump's presidency. And they're proceeding to kick off a Senate trial next week for his impeachment, inciting insurrection. All right, Thursday's fight also underscored the uproar and complexities that Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is a master of provoking Democrats, promoting herself and raising campaign money, has prompted since she's become a House candidate last year before winning the election. There were 11 Republicans joining 219 Democrats backing her ejection from the committees. 199 Republicans said no. Now, when she was speaking to her colleagues, she tried to disassociate herself from her words of the past, as she put it, kind of contradicting some social media post. Yeah, there was a time when she said she thought 911, the 911 attack, and kind of like the Alex Jones scenario with what was that one school shooting? Was an inside deal, a red flag kind of thing. And she bought in, at one point, she bought into what they call the QAnon theories, conspiracy theories, which even included some lies about Democrat-run pedophile rings. So with what she had to say, she didn't actually apologize for her remarks, as she kind of mulled about Nancy Pelosi being assassinated or the possibility of Jewish-controlled space rays causing the wildfires. Some of these crazy things that she, again, in the past had actually spoke about via social media. I know there are some in Washington, D.C. that think Marjorie Taylor Greene is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, is the word they used. She's just cuckoo. That I don't know, but I do know what might the fallout be for what just transpired here. This is another first. This becomes a precedent setter. And Representative Brian Babin of Texas explained that there's going to be a hell of a price to pay. There's going to be retribution from Republicans for the House Democrats stripping her from her committee assignments. Because Democrats, please remember, you're not always going to hold the majority. You're not going to be in the majority forever. Hell, you may be in the majority out of the majority a lot sooner than you think. We will be the majority sooner than they think. See, and then does it become turnaround is fair play? This is a horrible, dangerous precedent to be setting. And I'll tell you, they have just opened Pandora's box, and it's going to come back to bite them because they are very guilty. Before the Democrats ask us to remove the speck from our eye, they need to remove the log from their eye. Now, what's he talking about? Wait, what do you mean, turnaround's fair play? Yeah, Babin said he's already taken action, proposing a resolution on Wednesday before the House Committee on Rules that would use the same wording in the one that was put forth to ban Taylor Greene, only striking her name out and replacing that name with the likes of Ilhan Omar, who has made many anti-Semitic statements while she is a member of Congress. And you could actually insert a dozen other Democrat names into the same exact wording. It was ruled out of order by the Democrat-dominated committees. No, we can't do this. Babin says, hey, wait a minute. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. Ilhan Omar is not alone. There are a number of squad members, even other people in leadership who've made inflammatory comments. Well, we got one of them who even had a fling with a Chinese spy and is now sitting on the Intelligence Committee. That is none other than Representative Eric Swalwell of California, who was befriended by a Chinese spy and even took part in his 2014 fundraising campaign and placed an intern in his office. She left the country unexpectedly in 2015, and that's when the feds started investigating her. Hey, they're on to me. So, yeah, Brian Babin, I think he is 100% correct. Look out, turn around, oftentimes is fair play. What's good for the goose? Yeah, Ilhan Omar would be out in a heartbeat. Swalwell would be out in an instant, based on this precedent just being set by the Democrat Party. At the same time, oddly enough, we keep hearing this message of let's unify, let's all come together. We have to work forward. Unity, unity, unity. Are you seeing a unifying message coming from the left? Unless I'm missing something. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool gel memory foam acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Okay, I'm back. Here we are. Get back to your calls here just ahead. From the email bag first. It's a Friday. There you go. Billy the Kid checks in. Enjoying the show. We need Big Moose to run for president. I love it when that guy calls in. Yeah, seems like a pretty good guy. I don't know how many friends I have who would drive across the country to help me save my business. You know, the world needs more people like him. That's quite the task. Thank you much. Billy the Kid, you are correct. Yeah, there's not a whole lot out there like that, are there, in this day and age? But with that, let me see here. We'll get pull up my messenger real quick. Happy Friday, Steve. Welcome to the frozen tundra. It's going to be a long next week, frozen. Getting ready for the trip up to Sterling Heights, Michigan, then the flip back to Fort Wayne, Indiana. Then I'll be off for a couple days, so you enjoy the weekend. Sure is great to see you broadcasting from the Hot Shot Secret's secret bunker. Let me see here. 322 days till Christmas. 323 days until Boxing Day in Canada and Kwanzaa. As somebody pointed out, that Cool Breeze has been using the 200 and something number. He's off like 100 days. Oops. All right, who's next up here? Yes, Knucklebuster, what's going on? Take 2.
Oh, thanks for taking me back a second time. Big Ed, he really doesn't need that Prozac, and I was only kidding around, but Stinger is one of them that needed the Prozac there. He was always high on caffeine and sugar, Let's put the T in trucking. I've been married to my insurance agent for over 40 years. She'll tell you right off the bat, the first 2 things that get people charged with an accident is traveling too fast for road conditions and traveling too close to another vehicle. I've been driving 34 years myself. I don't have any accident. Now, when I was 40 years old, I had a bunch of speeding tickets. And Mama Nuggetbuster told me that I had the driving record of an 18-year-old, not a 40-year-old man, but she taught me to clean that up. I haven't had any chargeable accident. I haven't had any speeding tickets since I was 40. I can't even remember the last time I was DOT, see? Mm-hmm. If you follow the rules, they'll leave you alone. I don't know anybody else's Well, the thing is, the faster you go, the worse fuel mileage you get. The faster you go, the hotter them tires get, the faster they disappear. And I know over in Arkansas, it's a $500 to $1,000 fine for speeding in a big truck. You ain't gonna catch me speeding over. I even go slower than the speed limit just to take the off chance that I ain't gonna get caught at nothing there, right? But it's most people just blow their profit right on that stack anyway, Steve. I don't know. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me there. But the best thing I know to tell people is you drive your truck and I'll drive mine. Have a great day, Mr. Steve.
All right. Thank you very much. And let me see. Got a message from, who was that? From Clay. Yeah, we're talking about vocational schools. First, he says, I'm a third shift toolmaker in an Indiana factory. I started listening to your father years ago when I worked on seconds and only had an AM radio for my drive home. Well, fast forward 25 years, and my boss listened to you every night until you were canceled. Glad to have you back on the air to listen to through the morning hours. Now, my nephew just graduated high school, and while it won't help adults, the local high school and vocational school actually started a program to train high school kids to get their CDLs. So he and 3 of his classmates graduated high school with their CDLs. So when it comes to the schools, vocational schools are great for young people, oftentimes a better paying choice than college. And yes, Clay, you are correct on that front. This mentality that every child has to go to college. You got to get some sort of degree or you're never going to make it in life. No, not the case. There are lots of good paying jobs out there. Welders is one, for instance. Good paying job. They're having a hell of a time finding people with welding skills. There's a real shortage. You can make good money in a number of occupations. Lots of schools no longer even offer the vocational classes that they did when we were younger. Yeah, much fewer choices in this day and age, but all right, let me see here. Next up here, I believe it's Flash, if my screen is correct. Is this Flash?
It is Cincinnati Flash. Good morning.
Well, what's going on, Flash?
Well, I called up because I wanted to tell you how much I enjoy your show, and I took a lot of heat from a couple guys you know, Jolly Green and Sex Maniac. They were the ones that got me hooked back up with you. But I've been a long-time listener. Never did call much over the years, but I did talk to you a couple times, and, of course, talked to the bozo on a handful of occasions. And strongly, I just enjoy everybody that calls in. And half the time I'm talking to myself in my big rig here and agreeing with him or semi-agreeing with him or maybe not agreeing with him. And I get a big kick out of it. And so I just wanted to call in strong support of that. I'm like to get a little more comfortable calling in on a daily basis, and because everybody that's listening to me now from work, they know I like to talk politics. But hey, I'm not ready to do that yet because everybody will think I'm crazy. But I'm on the same side as your side, so we're good there. But
trying to remember, Flash, was it Sex Maniac that called last night, or was it the other guy, his other friend, Jolly Green?
It was Jolly Green. Yeah,
he's the one that brought you up. He said, if we can get Cincinnati Flash to call in, there you go.
oh yeah. He was trying to light a fire under my feet. But yeah, I really enjoy this. And hey, you got a tough job because it's really tough. I came on here and been on hold for a while, and I kept thinking, I want to talk about this, I want to talk about that. And, it's kind of, I don't know, kind of like stage fright, sort of. I mean, it may sound silly to some of these guys that call in, the Eagle, the Horse Feathers, and Chevy. Really enjoy listening to them, by the way. And maybe someday I can get up to that pro level like them guys. And, you kind of do your own show when you call in. I kind of see that in some of these guys.
That is correct.
Like
yeah.
I said,
I don't think you'd have any trouble doing that, Flash.
Well, you wouldn't think so, but you do get a little. I'm sure there's other people out there that listen to you all the time, and they're probably like me, just never calling in or whatever, maybe a little too nervous or something like that. But I'm working those nervous things out, and I'm telling them, make sure you give this guy a call in, because we enjoy hearing all these different personalities and all these characters. It's really neat. It's really fun. Great people, great show, and we go from the Queen City up to the Wind every night in our skateboards, and Maniac and Jolly Green and myself. So we enjoy that. We've been doing that for quite a while, and I guess that's really about it.
All right.
Just love everything you do, and I'll definitely be chiming back in with you on I don't want to get going too much at first, especially with my politics, because sometimes I can. Then you'll learn. By the way, yeah, I used to go by Catfish. I don't know if you remember that. I did talk to you a couple times in years past. I don't know if you remember that nickname I went by, but
doesn't
I did
ring a
just
bell.
recently get nicknamed the Flash.
The Flash. Cactus doesn't really ring a bell.
Yeah, well, I only talked to you a couple, 3 times. I
Okay.
guess, something like that.
Okay.
And but I just recently took on this new name, the Cincinnati Flash. So it's kind of working on me. I kind of like it. So
that's cool.
Keep up the good work, everybody. Enjoy everything I hear, and I'll be checking in again with you if that's okay.
Well, absolutely. We'll be looking forward to it. That's what helps get us through the night. Cincinnati Flash. Well, there you go. Again, we've got open lines. Got about, got time to squeeze a few more in if you want to jump in at 844-844-3388. That should be a good time for Spaceman to check in, because that's, Spaceman, you're allowed to call in more than once a month. Give us an update. And aside from our old friend Lobster, who he held on for just a few minutes the other night, I guess he's not out during the overnight hours a whole lot these days, so still waiting to get his first official check-in on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. One thing that hardly ever happens, when a toll is implemented on roadways, or a tax for whatever reason is implemented, and they say, well, it's only going to be till this or that, and it seems like they never go away. As new tolls are being proposed all over the country, one is finally going to be going away, and that is the Cross Island Parkway toll in South Carolina. According to the DOT, the state will no longer be collecting tolls on Hilton Head Island's Cross Island Parkway, beginning at the midnight hour, June 30th. We are in the process of converting the corridor to a non-tolled road. How about that? Consequently, sales of the new Palmetto Pass accounts will end on February the 28th. According to their website, the cost of a 2-axle vehicle on the Cross Island Parkway is $1.25 at the plaza and $1 at the ramp. For cash customers, each additional axle is $1 at both the plaza and the ramps. Now, tolls were collected to pay for bonds issued to build this road. pay for toll collection operations and maintain the road and associated facilities. Now that those have been paid for, South Carolina DOT will continue to maintain the Cross Island Parkway after June the 30th. Since the toll will have completed its purpose of supporting the parkway's financing, we will discontinue it as required by law. Well, there you go. We're preparing to close out any related Palmetto Pass accounts and then prepare for construction work to remove all those toll facilities along that corridor. It's not the biggest of toll roads, but Cross Island Parkway, a 7.5-mile limited access route connecting the William Hilton Parkway at the north end of the island with Palmetto Bay Road and Sea Pine Circle at the south end. Now, that was opened in 1998. Okay, it took a few years to pay off, but hey, I mean, the fact that that's one less toll you'll have to pay, you'll take that, right? Then we had an update from our friends at OOIDA, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, in response to the FMCSA's updated guidance on what qualifies as a yard move. OOIDA asked the agency to expand their language to include such areas as truck stops and rest areas. See, if my understanding is correct here, that the issue with the electronic logging device, in many instances, drivers say, I can't move my truck from here to there, or at say like at a shipper. We got delayed while I was at the dock. We've run out of hours. Now I can't move my damn truck, or I'm going to get an out-of-service violation, or I guess a logbook violation, logging violation for these simple, short moves. The FMCSA's proposed guidance gives example of properties that would be considered yards. And let's see, yard moves could be recorded as on-duty, not driving time, rather than driving time. They revised their guidance last year that the time that you're jockeying commercial motor vehicles in the yard is not driving time. You should record that time as on-duty, not driving. According to this new proposed guidance, examples of properties that may qualify as, quote, a yard move may include but not limited to an intermodal yard or port facility, a motor carrier's place of business, a shipper's privately owned parking lot, a public road, but only if and while public access to the road is restricted through traffic control measures like lights, gates, flaggers, or other things. For example, if a driver has to operate on a public road briefly to reach different parts of a private property, that may be considered a yard move if public access is restricted during the move. Under the proposed guidance examples, let's see, properties that do not qualify as yards include but not limited to a public road without the traffic control measures that they noted above, public rest areas. OOIDA chimed in and they said that the updated guidance to provide some clarity on what settings qualify for yard moves, they would like to see that expanded to specifically include various scenarios when drivers are moving commercial vehicles in locations that are not on the highway or a public road. I mean, truck stops, rest areas, shipping and receiving facilities, according to the comments that were submitted here a couple days ago from OOIDA. The comment period is still open, by the way. We encourage the FMCSA to add truck stops and public rest areas as examples of properties that may qualify as yards. Then we would also recommend, and I think this was good, that the phrase, a shipper's privately owned parking lot, be amended to say a shipper's and or receiver's facilities in that list of qualifying properties. That would avoid these would avoid practical reforms that better reflect the true realities in the industry. So there you go. Yeah, a shipper's and or receiver's facilities. I guess the only problem there is a lot of times when driver says, well, I can't move my truck. and they're still on the lot there, and they say, well, you're not allowed to park here overnight. You got to move it. What are we supposed to do? All right, here in our final couple of minutes here, what else we got? I don't have a whole lot of time to delve into that, but let's take you to New York. I know this has been a point of contention for many drivers for about as far back as I can remember. I mean, going all the way back to the days when I remember the time when they first started implementing idling rules and regulations, idling times. You can't idle more than 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And then in many places, those numbers were going down and down and down. I suppose in this day and age, most trucks are equipped with the alternative method to idling the truck, right? Now, in New York State, this is one where, and I know specifically where what is it, Hunts Point, where for years now, they've had the idling cops. Their job is to go through that parking lot, and if your truck's idling, you're getting a ticket. You're getting cited for idling too long. The limit has been 5 minutes for quite some time. Well, this New York legislature is considering a bill they want to decrease that significantly. Senate Bill 3119 was introduced in the latest legislative session under current New York idling law. Heavy-duty vehicles, including non-diesel and diesel trucks and buses, with a gross vehicle weight of more than 8,500 pounds, may not idle for more than 5 minutes at a time. Fines for first violation range from $500 to $18,000? Well, this bill would decrease the amount of allowable idling time from 5 minutes to a measly 3 consecutive minutes. We're trying to curb air pollution. 3 minutes? The memo indicates that there may be reasonable exemptions while ensuring that unnecessary idling is curtailed. That bill right now is in the Senate Environmental Conservative Committee. They may take you down to 3 minutes there in New York. All right, wouldn't surprise me a bit. All right, we'll wrap it up right there. We've got us a Friday, getting set for the weekend, and enjoy the big game. I did get a message from a spaceman just a moment ago. He said, I was going to call and talk about Tom Brady being a cyborg, but I've run into some snow and some wind in Harrisburg, PA. So I guess he's paying attention to what he's doing. Keeping both hands on the wheel. All right, that's acceptable. We'll take that, spaceman, next time around. And someone earlier brought up, are you doing the DA of the Week nominee? That was Red Mule way back in the first hour, which we haven't been doing that. And Craig says, please bring back the Dumbass of the Week nominees. I loved that every Friday morning. Looked forward to that every single week. All right, we'll have to get back on top of that. So with that, don't forget, over the weekend, if you get a chance, sit down at the computer, go to overnightdriveradio.com. Click on the contest. We'll be getting, it should be set up tomorrow, the next day, whatever, for next week's drawing, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. First prize next Friday morning again. So you got all week to get registered. And don't forget, if you're going to place an order, support our friends at Hot Shot Secret, use the code Overnight Drive at checkout. Get 10% off your order. And there you go. Thanks so much for spending another week with us. Believe it or not, we are 4 weeks in. We've done a whole month's worth of shows. And we'll see you back Sunday night at the midnight hour, at which point we'll know who won the Super Bowl. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,